Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. And on Tuesday, June 10, 2025, the time certainly is going by pretty quickly. Yeah, look at that. Almost halfway through the month of June. Thank you so much for joining me for Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go, 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee in Tow streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. You can listen live on qmzradio.com for quality music while you work or play. JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. We're live on TikTok starting at 9:30 a.m. And then we go live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Do not forget to subscribe. Welcome again to everyone. Coffee and Tow is brought to you in part by grandcoffeehouse.com. Head on over to www.grandcoffeehouse.com. Shop today and get 20% off all coffee products. Use the code CoffeeInTow20 at checkout. Also brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. Here's some of what we have coming up for you today out of the Caribbean corner. Out of Antigua, man charged for allegedly stealing 37 TVs. Come on. Listen, I know so much people there at Antigua, my friend. And you really got 37 TV. Grenada suspends local CBI agent over alleged misconduct. Guyana government denies housing allocation to Venezuelans. Guyana unveils new hospital along the East Bank corridor. And Air Transat to launch Guyana flights in December 2025. Out of Jamaica, 27% of street children forced there by guardians. And this is according to a CPFSA study. And the CPFSA reports success in mission to help street children. Jamaican Dr. Simone Badal has been honored with a SAPGA Award for pioneering cancer research. Immigration attorney is urging undocumented Jamaicans in the United States to seek legal counsel. St. Kitts police issue warning after Facebook vehicle scam costs a victim $10,000. Coming up tomorrow on the Caribbean Corner, Caribbean honeymoon resorts worth falling in love with. On the international scene, Russia plans to boost economic and military ties in Africa, seized the Gaza aid boat Madeleine carrying Greta Thunberg taken to Israeli port. India and its kids are out to conquer the world of chess. And UN Ocean Conference opens in France as US government scientists stay away. And in North America, California governor is planning to file a lawsuit against Donald Trump, or I should say against Trump. In business and tech news, we're going to be talking about Apple's latest developments. And in health and science news, ah, RFK Jr. boots, kicks them out, fires them, gets rid of them. All members of the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee. We're going to have the details of those stories, plus so much more coming up right now, starting now. Ja, how are you doing?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good. The allergies, girl. Allergies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
That voice is extra deep this morning. Extra deep this morning.
I'm supposed to accept this African dust, so I will. Good morning, Coffee and Toe family.
Good morning, Ja. Good morning. Try your best. Try your best to stay indoors as much as you can, and whatever mask you have, use it. Some protection is better than none at all. All right.
Yeah.
Feel
Yes.
better. Feel better. Feel better. Feel better.
Let me see if I can do my greeting to my
Good
king.
morning, Adesoji.
Wait, let me see if I can
If you
just
can
like
find it,
loosen it up a bit.
you can
Yes.
find it. Don't worry.
Yes.
I'm sure he doesn't want you to strain yourself.
Good morning, Adesoji.
Yeah, good morning, Javed. How are you doing? How you doing?
Okay, we know what it means when he responds in that tone.
I'm a little stuffy, but once I have my tea, I should be a little better.
You'll be much better. Much
My
better.
my staycation is over.
I remember.
I am back to work, but at least I'm at home.
Good. Good.
Yeah.
Good, good, good.
Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated.
Oh my gosh. All right. Adesoji, how are things over there in your neck of the woods, over there in London, across the pond?
Oh yes, the Great Britain, His Majesty's Kingdom. Well, the trees are swaying from right to left, so that's good. The foxes are a lot quieter at night, so we can sleep.
Mating season over?
Yeah, it's over. It's over. It's over. Whatever is left has been, everything that is grabbable has been grabbed, so there's no more screaming at night. So we're all being tended to. And yeah, what else? It's slightly breezy, slightly chill, not too much sun, and just the way we like it.
So of course, I'm going on Google, right? To learn more about foxes. They're cute animals, I will say. So I'm going here. How long are foxes pregnant? Woo! Damn, they have so many different types of foxes, different breeds, folks. So you have the fennec fox, the Arctic fox, the red fox, the gray fox, the Tibetan, crab eating, bat eared, swift, pampas, Bengal, island, Kulpeo, Ethiopian, Cape, Blandford. So they range anywhere starting, they're pregnant for as little as 49 days and for as long as 62 days. So in 2 months, hey, Geely. So in 2 months, that's quick at a soji. Wow.
Yeah, that's why you hear them screaming at night. Ah! 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 That's the height of heat season. Damn.
Have they ever attacked anyone? Or do they stay in the bushes and
No, I mean, the only menace they are is if you've got a back garden, they'll dig it up. That's it. Beyond that, or if you leave your clothes on the line, you might find out your clothes goes into maybe 3 or 4 houses down, and so basically it's gone. And I will even ask you to, once it's been taken by fox, just let it be because that's fleas, So you want to stay away. But other than that, it's just a noise. the noise during the mating season is unbearable.
And how long does the mating season last for? Let me see here. What does it say? Go ahead, Adesoji. You may be able to tell me before.
It's usually about the better part of maybe, let me see, maybe about 3 weeks, 3 weeks.
Oh, that's not
Well,
bad.
yeah, maybe about 3 weeks, but that 3 weeks is, especially when they first of all start, the scream is hyper pitched.
Who does the screaming, the man or the woman?
No, the female. It's the female.
The woman does the screaming, and
Yeah,
that's her way of calling the man.
well, I mean, season, you want to come and get it. You know what I'm saying?
Get it, get it. Don't
Exactly.
Get it.
Turn off the wiggle. Yeah. So that scream, it's like, wow, And then the fact that I live in a slightly forested area, so you can imagine that kind of noise multiplied.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
You know something? Adesoji, if I lived in London or in an area where there are foxes, I'd be tempted to want to have one as a pet. They're really cute. I mean, the Arctic fox is the most adorable one. I'm looking at the pictures here. The Arctic fox, they eat birds, lemmings, squirrels. They go up to, the male grows up to about 21 pounds max. The female, 7.1 pounds. Wow. So that's what, 7 3 is 21. Damn. So the male is that much bigger, 3 times bigger than the female. Height, they grow up to 12 inches in height. So I guess it's the length. Gestation period, pregnant for 52 days. Body temperature can reach up to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. It's I mean, once he gets around in London, it gets dark around during summer months. It gets dark around maybe 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. That's when it truly gets dark. That's when the sun goes down. So that time, once your headlights are on, there's a chance that before you drive up any street, your head beams will get in contact with the eyes of another fox. You will see them because their eyes glow in the dark. So yeah.
The Ethiopian fox is cute too. They're gingers. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Gorgeous. Short haired. The Ethiopian wolves are short haired. They get up to 32 pounds. Yep. And canis. So they're the same family as dogs. All right. Yeah.
I mean, usually before we used to be able to curtail their growth, but because England signed, I think it was during the pandemic, they signed this thing into law that they were trying to rewild the countryside. So in order to rewild countryside, you have to allow certain animals to, fester. And then fox took, now you have foxes, now you have rabbits, now you have. So if you go into our park here, which is quite one of His Majesty's big parks, in the evening you will see rabbits hopping up and down. It's like, wow, look at that protein just flying around. So.
The protein, right? Ethiopian wolves are only found in the mountains of Ethiopia, where some 500 survive in small populations, of course, threatened by habitat loss and diseases. The Ethiopian wolf is also called the red jackal. All right, so we learned something new today. So we're always learning. But they're cute little things, of course. Foxes, wolves, dogs, they're all the same family. Yeah. All right. Interesting. Well, all right, let's get back to it. See, you brought up foxes, and now you have me so intrigued, Adesoji. So you don't have to fear them.
No, you don't have to fear them, but at the same time, they're also, because of the nature of how they live, they also carry of diseases. So
yeah, you gotta be careful.
Yeah, they might look cute and cuddly, but at the same time, they're bearers of diseases. So gotta be careful.
Gotta be careful, folks. Gotta be careful. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Adesoji. Alexa. By the way, anything new happening on the continent, Adesoji? Anything happening on the continent of Africa? Anything new
On the
exciting?
on the continent, let's see what else. Nothing stands out. Just the regular news. Traore, the lady in Namibia. Um, that's it. That's
She's
about
doing
it.
good things too, isn't she?
Yeah,
She,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, she's going to table the land question up for debate in the parliament,
Mm-hmm.
which is a long-standing issue because these were Nazis that sort of committed some atrocities there and have written themselves into folklore in that neck of the woods. Yeah, so certain things need to be redressed.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
Namibia is quite similar to South Africa in terms of the um, landscape as it relates to ethnicities, right? You have the minority being the majority holder of land and the economy, so to speak.
Correct, correct,
Yeah,
correct, correct.
you know.
So, and has one of the most beautiful natural waterfronts in the world. If you go on Google, you'll see it. Just Google Namibia coastline. You will see what I'm talking about.
Hold on a second. Stick up in. Why did I just get an alert? Is it that TikTok is unfollowing people? For me, because it tells me guests I may want to follow Ja, Adesoji, and Alexia. So hold on a second. What's up TikTok? Because as far as I know, I already follow them. So why are you recommending that I follow them?
Exactly.
What the heck is going on? Hold on a second. This doesn't make no sense. TikTok, I don't have time for the games that I hear other people complain about.
Check your friends list. Check your friends list before you click follow.
That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm heading over at right now, Alexa, because I know sometimes people will make up and then followers. My followers have dropped. The people I'm following, the number has also dropped. Hold on a second. Search Adesoji. This is oh geez. By the way, the yeah, so why is it saying that I should follow them? I'm already following them. Hold on, I'm already following Adesoji. Let's try Ja, Jah. Okay. It says we're already friends. What the back side and leave me alone here, TikTok.
So maybe she is so good she has to be followed twice.
Let me check Alexia.
Thank you, Anasoji.
All right. Don't ask me. She said don't ask me because she don't know. Don't ask me. We're already friends, so why is it this is my TikTok. Load the dolly. Leave the dolly alone. Okay? Thank you. So let's get to it. Alexia, how are things down there in Jamaica? What's going on? You good? Jamaica stay good?
Listen, Jamaica always turn all sort of way. Back way, side way, front way, everywhere. You have to just go on with the matrix.
Fire for that. Fire for that.
Me no business with you, you know, so true. Guys, my mother has
Mr.
been
Guys.
here. Yeah, my has been here on vacation since
Awesome.
last week.
Awesome.
So that's why you don't know see me.
You're being spoiled?
Miss stressed out. Leave me alone. Miss stressed out. I'm out here climb mango tree like me now sense. You understand? And I hunt down people ackee tree and breadfruit. The come out make me give a problem for pre there last night. When he's there. You understand me? And that I may go seaside and all of these things that look fish. But me not complain. Because I'm a mother. Also, somebody lady have me in a bush I look for. Poor me never know what was somebody before this.
I've only seen that thing one time many years ago, and if you show it to me now, I wouldn't know what it is again.
Girl.
That thing tasted bad. Ew.
I got pimento bush. We got pimento bush since week. Never been doing these things in my life.
She have you active, fully active.
Listen, girl, ticks never catch me in my whole life. I may get ticks.
Rub down your
Sunday.
skin with so you don't have any, wear long tights and socks over your feet and
No.
stuff.
Listen to my
Yeah, people
moments.
so I forget the
Moments.
seaside and I come from. No, not about country life.
Moments. I am the type of person like this. 10 hour we go bush and I me one get ticks. You know that type of people there?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. But you know what? I'm enjoying her. I'm
Good.
enjoying her.
Enjoy her
I
to the
am.
fullest.
I'm
Make the
enjoying her.
most of it. Create more memories, right? More memories.
Girl.
Memories
Listen.
on top of memories.
Listen.
Hold on a second. I have to fix something here. You know something? This navigating one bag of things is a lot. It really is. Because I'm forgetting to do something on one end, forgetting to do something on another end. Okay, fix that. All right, problem fixed. That's all. YouTube, I'm with you. All right, folks. Thank you, Ja. Thank you, Adasoji. Thank you, Alexia. Thank you all for the updates. Ja, feel better. Your throat soon clear up. As the day progresses, you'll sound better. Adasoji, I'm glad you're now able to take a break from hearing the foxes. And Alexia, go and enjoy mommy in the Caribbean corner out of Antigua. A man has been charged for. Oh, go ahead, Adasoji. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, I was just gonna say to Lady Judge to swallow some honey. Key on swallow.
Okay, King.
Carry on.
Moments, how are you this morning?
Man, my dentures fall out of my mouth. Adasoji.
You always ask about us. How are you this morning, Moments?
I'm well. All the better for being in your company. I'm well. Went out this morning, didn't get to walk for long. The rain came a tumbling down. Yeah. So that good. I'm good. I won't complain. I went walking last night. I did 2 miles last night and then did some weights for about 30 to 45 minutes. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. You know, exercising is like a drug, right? You can become addicted if you're not careful. It's like you need to be, and that's where I am now. Tasha said noise. That's where I am now.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, it's taking me back to my days in Georgia. It's really taking me back there. But I used to be in the gym 5 days a week. I would do Zumba classes, and then weights, or I would do spinning and then weights and something and then weights. But yeah, it's taking me back there. It's for our we have to work on our cardiovascular. We have to mitigate the risk of heart disease, right? Because um doctors have said that the more you have around your midsection, your waistline, the bigger your waistline, the more plump you are around your waistline, the more you are at risk of heart disease. And you know, the stomach is the hardest part to gain control of, right? The hardest part. And I think that's the last part to really take effect. But be consistent, folks. Push through. Understand that you're doing this first for your health, physical, mental. It does help with your mental. It's a good way to clear your mind. Yeah, so holistically there are benefits to exercising. Nobody says you have to go out there and do what you call it, speed walking or running. Just move, folks, just move. Even if it's 15 minutes for the day, if that's where you have to start. Just get it done. We're done with the excuses, Javed. I am done with the excuses.
Me too.
I'm done with the excuses. Yeah,
Me too.
yeah. At the end of the day, I have to hold myself accountable. And if I want change, I have to initiate the change and be consistent. And for the most part, I want to say I have been 95% consistent. Yeah. I do listen to my body. When my body says rest, I rest. However, yeah. You have to be the change you want to see. Absolutely. It comes with sacrifice. Change comes with sacrifice. So, I used to set the alarm for 6:30 with the goal to get out the house by 6:45. You know, by the time you brush your teeth, wash your face, change, put on your clothes and what have you. I changed the time to 6:20 with a goal of being out the house by 6:35.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have to make the small changes for the great gains that we want in this thing called life, right? So I go. I have also changed my eating time in the evening. I'm trying to eat earlier in the evening versus later as much as I can. Doesn't always go the way we plan, but yeah, I'm trying my best with that. Changing the times I eat, also changing diet. That's good. That's important too. It's a whole, but again, folks, you have to want it. Nobody can force you to do it. You have to make up your mind to get it done. All right. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and kick it off. Back to the story out of Antigua, courtesy of loopnews.com. A 35-year-old villa resident has been charged in connection with a warehouse break-in that resulted in the theft of 37 flat-screen televisions and other electronics valued at over 48,000 EC dollars. Jamie Title or Tittle, not sure. T-T. Tittle would be Tittle, no? Adasoji, you're the English major. And that's a British name. Tittle.
Tittle.
Yeah, that's Titsley, or how do you pronounce that? Tit?
You don't want to call someone a I mean, that'll be Title. That'll be Title.
Little with that T. Jamie. Tittle. So little Jamie was arrested and charged by police following investigations into a theft at a Fort Road warehouse. Authorities say he unlawfully entered the facility and stole 37 32-inch flat screen televisions and 14 electrical fans, with a total value of stolen items reaching $48,345. He's expected to appear in court sometime this week. Brethren, yeah, idiot. You got thief all of them things there. You know, say Antigua is about 300 people. Don't come for me, Antigua. Don't come for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna let that one go.
I'll be messing with the small islands. I'll be messing. Hey, niece, I'll be messing with the small islands. I need to stop it. I need to behave myself. All right, young man. I don't know. I know. Go ahead, Soji.
How many TVs?
32. I'm sorry. 37, 32-inch.
Oh, okay.
Then could have mixed up the thing. Why him stay with the 32-inch? Or is it that them don't have TV? They don't want TV?
No,
that's in London. In
Antigua. You could tell that was stolen to order.
That was specific. Too specific, right? Okay. And some fans, some electrical fans. It's hot enough, summer come.
Yeah, true. You can't be watching sports while you're heating up as well, you know. Come on.
Talking about sports, Adesoji, did you see that story where the gentleman passed away at the game between Portugal and on Sunday? Oh my gosh. Was Portugal and Adesoji, you don't want
Portugal and Spain.
Spain, right. Yeah, but the game continued, of course.
Wow. Well, it's the game is quite a roller coaster for the heart if your heart cannot take it. Even players have collapsed on the pitch sometimes that we've had to resuscitate them, especially at the World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at the Premiership here, we've had a couple of players who actually joined the ancestors on the field of play. And
Did you just say join their ancestors?
yeah. No, that's the best way I can say it, you know. So yeah, it's again the kind of hearts, the kind of physical fitness these guys get put through. But then again, all you need is just one mistake, but unfortunately, he's gone. Did he go or he was resuscitated?
Okay. Wow. All right. Next, Grenada up front and center. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, Grenada's citizenship by investment authorities have suspended local agent Reef View Enterprises Limited following a 3-month investigation into serious breaches of its obligations under the program. According to a 6 June news release from the Investment Migration Agency, the suspension took effect the same day and remains in place until further notice. The action was taken under Section 46 of the Citizenship by Investment Act of 2013, which allows the minister to revoke or suspend a license if an agent's conduct or capacity falls below required standards. This action was taken following the committee's review of serious breaches of the agent's obligations, including the alleged misappropriation of investor funds and other conduct deemed detrimental to the integrity of the program. In the interest of preserving the integrity, transparency, and proper administration of the CBI program, Reef View Enterprises is no longer authorized to submit applications or represent clients. All right, folks. So, anyone interested in the CBI program, Citizenship by Investment program, you want your citizenship over there in a Grenada, please do not use Reef View Enterprises. Per the government, them is no longer allowed to process anything because them have been involved in misappropriating half investor funds. Okay? All right? Any other interpretation needed? You got that? Okay. You have your money, find out from the government who or which agency you can go through. It is a shame indeed, Ja. It is a shame. Huge shame. You know, here is Grenada trying to add some more to their population of 10,000, right? And they're opening it up and giving people the opportunity. And you have a representative marring the whole thing. Come on. Just follow the rules, no? Follow the guidelines. Color within the lines, not on the outside. And they're urging all marketing agents, developers, and service providers to refrain from engaging with Reef View Enterprises Limited in any CBI related matters effective immediately. Now, Mrs. Reef View Enterprises also claims to offer CBI related services in other Caribbean territories as well as Vanuatu. Did I say that right? Vanuatu?
Vanuatu.
There's no W in there.
Vanuatu.
But there's no W in there. Vanuatu. There's no W in there.
It's a British protectorate. You call it the way we ask you to call it. Thank you.
There's no W in there.
And the J is not the J sound like a Y in Puerto Rico. Come on.
No, that depends on if you're Latin American or Spaniard. And that depends if you're Puerto Rican, Dominican, or Cuban.
How do you pronounce this word? Jamaica.
Jamaica.
Yakima.
Jamaica. Vanuatu. That's what I thought as a Vanuatu. There's no W in there.
Vanuatu.
I've always heard them say Vanuatu.
Well,
That's how we
they've been pronouncing it wrong.
No, that's how we pronounce our stuff. It's
That is
British.
no, it's wrong.
Okay.
Take it up with the king.
Those Brits think they know everything. And that's why the US had to change the spelling of some things, because all of you over there with your unnecessary selves. Letters where they don't need to be. Why can't we say, you know what, let me stop. Why can't we say honor? Why is it honor? So what's the purpose of having the H there?
You're not screaming the H. Hannah. Your honor.
It's honor. Your honor. I want to say your honor. Honor.
Your honor.
So why do I have to say hood? Why can't I say ood? Talking about the hood of a car. Stop, woman. Stop. Let me behave myself. Are y'all going to be circumspect right now and understand that we're doing the news at a Sojenja? Do not lead me down the wrong paths, okay?
You see, you just shown your American side as well. What is a hood? It's not a hood, it's a bonnet.
The hood of the car. Worcestershire is a struggle. British excellence of a word. Yeah, why isn't it Worcestershire? It's Worcestershire. And so just speak up, because you're the only one we can catch for beat. Why do we have to say Worcestershire when it's Worcestershire? Pray tell.
Because the C is silent. It's Worcestershire.
Worcestershire. Oh my gosh, y'all are so annoying over there.
Imagine you come here and you tell the train driver or the train attendant you're going to Worcestershire.
Or go in the restaurant and say, oh, no, put any Worcestershire sauce on this.
All right.
Like, oh my gosh.
Oh my God. Where's she from, by the way? Oh, okay.
It's like I heard somebody at a soldier say they're going to the yacht club. And I said, where? The yacht club. I said, what is that? Where the boats are parked. I said, oh, you're going to the yacht club. What do you mean, yacht? Behave myself. I just told you it's your fault. It's the Brits' fault. Right? Thank you, England, for all that you have done for us to mess us up.
Because we're so... The word, when we say something, we know what it means. We give the world a dictionary as well so that you know what those words means. But it's only in America that you have to describe what it is using said word. The clear embankment by the side of the road where you walk, what's it called?
Oh my gosh, and the someone that dead. No, lie. What name again?
There you go. I rest my case.
Long, it's time to get out. Oh my gosh, what is it called again? Adesoji. There's you know the side of the road, folks, right? Where you can pull over. What Adesoji? What you call it over there in London?
We call it
sidewalk, pavement.
We call it pavement.
No, but there's another name for it. Or
no, we call it pavement.
All right,
you guys call it sidewalk.
Culvert. Hold on, Natasha. There's an embankment. No, man. There's another. Oh, geez,
No, embankment is something that is raised over a body of usually raised over a body of water for people to walk past. That's the embankment.
Hold on. Synonyms. Where are they? Synonyms.
Look at that.
Why are you laughing at me? It's all right. Go and laugh after me. It's okay. It's all right. I don't care. It's all right. Hold on. Oh, Jesus. No, that's not the word. That's not the word. I know what I'm looking for. It is a word, and it's two words, as a matter of fact, that they use for it. When the soft shoulder, that is what I was thinking about. Roadside, Tasha. Soft shoulder is roadside. Yes, that's what I was. You don't call it soft shoulder over there in this in London. And it's
Soft
called
what?
soft shoulder. That's what we call it in Jamaica. That side of the road when they say pull over on the soft shoulder.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You don't see that in London.
Mm-mm.
Oh wow.
So on the motorway, you've got the fast lane, which is the outer lane. You've got the middle lane, which is the overtake lane. You've got the truckers lane, which is the last lane, or popularly called the slow lane. The last lane by the edge of the road is called a hard shoulder.
Oh, you call it hard. We call it soft shoulder in Jamaica.
Yeah, I know why you call it soft, but
Whatever. Soft shoulder. Yeah, see that over here on Google. Soft shoulder. Mm.
you enter hard shoulder, and you will see what will come up immediately.
So okay, hard shoulder. All right, so you want to know what the difference is? Let me tell you what the difference between hard shoulder and soft shoulder. The soft shoulder is to let you know the pavement is not hard. The hard shoulder is more solid. That's the difference. So that's why when we say hard shoulder over there in the UK, we say soft shoulder in Jamaica, because the truth is,
do you drive on your soft shoulder?
Some people drive on the soft shoulder and they're not no patient.
Well, you guys are different anyway, so. Sorry.
No, anybody familiar with hearing soft shoulder? Let me know. I'd love to know if you. As I said, bad man no deal with soft shoulder. Tasha says, to be fair, there's the Queen's English and then there's Jamaican English.
Thank you very much, Tasha.
You know, when the Jamaican English comes out at Christmas time, I would like to send greetings to my family over there.
Over where?
I would like to send greetings, and them stand up outside of the calling and they wrap up on bungalow. I would like to send greetings to my family down there in Jamaica. Brother Winston. The letter H plays excellent hide and seek in Jamaica. Of course, Ozzy, that's how you know we're Jamaican. Ask them, if you want to know if somebody's Jamaican, just ask them to count to 3. 1, 2, 3.
That's not just Jamaican, that's Caribbean. That's Caribbean too.
Oh, it's throughout the Caribbean? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was just Jamaica. Because that's a running thing. Yeah, if you want to know somebody Jamaican, just tell them count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Ask them to say orange, or just show them the fruit. What is this?
Orange.
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 I know we used to have a thing when we were growing up, you'd say to people, emphasize your H's, you ignorant horse. Or it would stop emphasizing your H's, you ignorant horse. Let me tell us so.
I mean, probably this is just a prognosis, it's just a personal prognosis. I suppose it's the proximity of the United States that made it much more worse. I'm sorry.
But they don't say birth certificate, birth certificate. So when the birth certificate is, and if they can't say certificate, they'll say birth paper. They don't say birth paper. Them say birth, so them drop off the H, paper.
My mother always said it that way
So,
too.
okay, so how do you pronounce this word then? THREE.
Tree.
What?
Tree. Them don't say 3, them say tree. Them drop the H and say tree. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so how do you pronounce TREE?
Tree.
3. I say 3, but many Jamaicans say 3.
Many Caribbeans.
I'm only speaking about my country right Ja.
She's doing Pan Caribbean. So.
He said, who moments are called them? It's weird. Tree and three mean the same thing in Jamaica.
Okay, so how do you pronounce WHERE?
Where?
Sorry?
Where? WHERE? Where?
Okay, so you pronounced it there. So how come you're dropping it when it comes to TH?
Don't ask me. You have to ask the Jamaican them. Then how about
Okay,
WHO?
TH doesn't exist.
What about WHO? What do you hear Jamaicans say? And I don't know if they said in Antigua or throughout the Caribbean, but what do you hear most Jamaicans say when they say when they're pronouncing WHO?
Who?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Who you talk to?
Ooh.
It's who you're talking to, but yet they'll say what? But it's who you chat to. It's who you're talking about.
Wow, that's interesting.
Since I'm teaching y'all some Jamaican, so that you understand, you don't have to go, huh? What you say? What you mean? Another. Go ahead, Soji. Give us another word. Let's see.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. So PYTHAGORS.
Pythagoras?
Sorry?
Is that what you spell? Is Pythagoras?
Yeah.
Pythagoras.
So, but you pronounced it now. You pronounced it.
Nobody's saying that word. Stop it.
Pythagoras. Pythagoras. So, and make some of them tell you antibiotic, antibiotic.
Okay. I know. I probably shouldn't be laughing.
No, I think it's funny. I'm sorry if I offend anyone, but I always laugh.
So, antithesis.
I will have time for that big one. I bet you.
Like nobody walking around saying words like that.
We don't say hold on, we say hold on.
Okay, so how about this one? THROW.
Throw.
Throw. Some of us will say throw, some will say throw. Throw the ball. Throw the ball. Throw means throw.
Okay. Wow. You have to import more THs into the island.
No, because then you're going to change who we are. We don't want all of that. We're not comfy speaking spooky. As long as you understand what it is that you're
what
saying.
Did you just say now? You don't get more?
We're not comfy speaking spooky. So in Jamaica, when you speak proper English, the Queen's English, watch him to about him as speaky spooky. In Nigeria, big English. Hey, big English. You go school, big English. You can talk with big English. You speak spooky or twang. You're twanging. Yes means twang. So what make you a twang? So yeah, twang usually is when people come to the US after 2 months or even after a week, they come back to Jamaica and they have this American accent. So now they're twanging and they're mixing up the American accent with the Jamaican accent, and then there's mispronunciation of words in it, and it makes it hilarious. I laugh at people who do that. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh. But I'm like, why you put on for?
Exactly.
You know who twangs? Forgive me, Shensia twangs. When a lot of these artists, because they're moving amongst Americans, they take on the American accent, and it not sound right. It sounds wrong. Sean Paul just talk how him talk.
Sean Paul stayed. Sean Paul has stayed true to it. In fact, Sean Paul, I don't know whether the longer I get to hear him, the more difficult it gets to I get to understand what he's saying, because it's gotten so comfortable with him being himself.
Yeah.
He's now much more relaxed with just speaking the way he speaks, and he really doesn't have to make up. Well, but it's interesting. It's interesting with the.
But I told you from day one, he's never tried to speak differently.
Yeah.
Never. Yeah. Go ahead, Ozzy. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is an interesting discussion because I'm always interested in linguistics, especially.
Mm-hmm.
And so I noticed though, through learning about how language evolves over time, like some of these things that we're saying are looked down upon, like vowel shifts and consonant changes and those kinds of things. But that's literally how you get to from Middle English to modern English. There's a drastic difference. Those same ideas, the same things that we talking about, that's kind of funny in the context, is literally how the standard English is spoken today. And Adesoji was laughing at the what is it, speaky spokey, and then they over there saying stuff like brickle brackle. What?
I was actually going to speak to that, and you'll be surprised the number of people that can speak that same Queen's English over here. You'd be shocked.
Yeah, because you have like 14 different English accents in the UK.
Now, I mean,
right?
even people who were born and raised within England itself.
Yeah,
because
you have Midlander accents, Cockney accents. All types of, yeah.
So there's another aspect to it, actually, because London is a very classist society. The more refined, the more you can hear them speak, the more refined they are. In terms of yeah. So the ones that are well read, when they speak to you, you can hear the words are quite eloquent. They come out, pristine. You can make out T's, R's, O's, P's, and stuff like that. You understand? But for the ones that are I went to school and it's just basically just understanding how to write and sign my name. Good luck with understanding what they're saying. Good luck. He was like, I beg your pardon? And then they would say, oh, you know what I mean? No.
The further you get away from London, you probably go up north and maybe closer to like
I'll tell you one place you will go. One place you will go in England, within England, not in Scotland. Scotland is a different kettle of fish. Completely. Scotland is, oh my God. You would want to listen to what they're saying, but you can't hear, you can't understand because it's both melodic, but it's also Gaelic. So you can't, just forget. You understand? But if they speak slowly, you might be able to catch the odd I, oi, which means you know, that kind of thing, and stuff like that. But if you go to Wales, which is another one of the countries within the kingdom itself, that one is a completely different lingo. It's like speaking Spanish. It's like that's it. That's all you hear. It's like crackles. You're just yelling crackles. That's all.
But the monarchy couldn't sort that out and have everybody sounding polished?
No, because if you understand the history of England, it was basically somebody just decided, you know what, I'm going to breed all these groups together. Yes, they might not like each other, but I know how to play them against each other. So I'll take one rich one and one not so rich one, and basically get them to pledge their allegiance to me, because if they do, they will get easy trappings of power. You know, that's the story of England.
Yeah.
But the farther you go north, where they don't really care about the king, in fact, they will cuss him out. In the north, places like Liverpool, they can't stand the royal family. In fact, when the queen died, it's like, how did they sing it?
Lizzie's in the box.
Yeah, Lizzie's in the box. Lizzie's in the box. Stand up if you love Lizzie in the box. You. Oh, and then in Scotland, where they really can't stand her, it's like, she's finally dead. She's finally dead. Good luck to England. She's finally
Stop
dead.
saying that. Stop
He's
saying
singing
that.
the song though. Ja, is that song him singing? Him
So,
can't change the song.
yeah. So I mean, I get what you're saying.
Changing words on it.
I mean, so for them, it's like, that's where you see, or like I said, that's where you see this classic schism. That's when you understand what the United Kingdom framework is really about. It's just a patchwork. It's like, when you make quilts, that's it. That's the correct demographical expression of what England is. It's just one big, massive quilt.
So one question, since we're over there, one question, Adesoji. The travelers. Who are the travelers?
So the travelers they're basically Romani. The word is Romani gypsies, but they don't call them gypsies. The word you just use, they call them travelers. So they don't have like land rights. So they basically move around. But in as much as that is the case, they are literally, what's the best way to say it? They're tolerated, but not really welcome.
Why? Why are they not welcome? Because I've always grappled with that.
Okay, so for them, it's like the societies that they're involved in, right from the Hungarian Empire back to whatever it is we have going on right now, have always prided itself on any group that they cannot control. They have to ostracize. Yeah. So any group that shows defiance is basically ostracizing their community of peoples. Like Spain now, if you look at Spain too has its own issues, just like England, where the whole bodies of people, again, they've all been forced together. So it's almost like it's a compromise of sorts. But as long as you don't really push the agenda that we're one people, we can survive. We can, even here, when they did the referendum a couple of years ago, almost 6 years ago now, and that Scotland wanted to break from the Union. If Scotland had gone, the United Kingdom as we know it would fracture completely, because Wales will go next.
Wow.
So the fear was, what do we do to keep the Scots in? And so what they did was they made some promises, and everybody knows the history of England. When they go and make promises, the next day they're gonna break it. And that's, and that's it. And that's the story of a place. And they're still breaking their promises even up to today.
Promises were made to be broken. Thank you, Adesoji. Appreciate that. Ozzy, real quick though, Ozzy, before I hand the mic over to you. So I went on Google. In Europe, travelers primarily refers to specific distinct groups like Irish travelers and Scottish travelers who are not part of the Romani community. These groups, often referred to as the walking people, have a long history in the British Isles, particularly Ireland, and are considered a semi-nomadic ethno-cultural group with a unique identity and language. While sharing similarities in lifestyle with Romani gypsies, they are not genetically or ethnically related, or their language, Shelta, is a distinct Celtic language. So a little bit more. While the term gypsies is often used to describe Romani people, It is increasingly considered derogatory and inaccurate. Travelers are a separate group, not of Romani descent, and are not genetically related to Romani people. Hmm. You have the Irish travelers, who this group is traditionally known as, you, and you can correct me on the pronunciation of this Adesoji, traditionally known as Mincers, Minceirs,
Menses.
Mincers, or Pavies, or is it Pavies? Pavees,
Pavis.
Pavies, okay.
Pavis.
Okay.
That's how.
And are considered an indigenous ethno-cultural group originating in Ireland. They have a unique language shelter, a pidgin language with roots in Irish and English. Scottish travelers. Similar to Irish travelers, Scottish travelers also have a distinct identity and culture, though they may be less numerous than Irish travelers. Shared challenges. Well, despite their differences, both Roma and traveler communities often face discrimination and social exclusion in European countries. Some groups, like Irish travelers, have been officially recognized as an ethnic minority in some parts of Europe, but many still face challenges in accessing basic rights and opportunities. Go ahead, Ozzy. Wow, interesting.
Yeah, I've heard of some similar stuff like this. So like specific people who they either can't identify a particular phenotype get lumped into certain groups as
Wow.
well. So like you said, they are mixed up with the Roma or Romani people as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's that. Even with that group, they say that they refer to them as gypsies because they would say they had skin that's akin to the color that Egyptians had.
Olive.
Yeah, and then they would say like of course the stereotype started to increase.
Oh, sorry, meaning they have a little tan,
Yeah,
in other words. So they
yeah.
look as though they have African blood in them. Go ahead, Ozzy.
And then of course like stereotypes started to increase, and then that's where you have words like gypped, like I just got gypped, and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Never heard that one. I just got gypped.
So that's what Adesoji was alluding to. Like when you have a group of people who you can't necessarily control or properly define, they use propaganda to create like this perception of those people.
Mm.
And it's kind of similar to like indigenous communities in the US, right?
Yes.
There are a lot of them who aren't recognized or defined also, but there are a lot of indigenous people who were misclassified in the US as well. And in census records, they would claim that okay, these people are black just because they have darker skin and those kinds of things, you know?
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Similar things happening here in the US, Ozzy, because mixed people are the ones they have a hard time classifying here, especially if you are two or three or four um, ethnicities. They have a hard time not knowing where to put you. The blacks, the black Americans will tell you, oh, you're not black enough. The whites will tell you, oh, we don't want you. The Asians are saying we don't know where you belong. It's interesting. Wow.
I mean, that should come as a surprise. The reason is when you have most of these societies are based on exclusionary rather than inclusive, So the question is, what do you have in common with us? You don't have anything in common, then we order you. And so when you're ordered, what you then do, which is what plays out in the United States, is any form of acceptance that you get from the so-called dominant group. What you tend to then do is you start distancing yourself from others. So you start creating a hierarchy of, we just saw what played out in the last elections. Again, were it not for the fact that there was that ordering already in place, there is no reason why that gentleman, and I use that term loosely, will be in the White House. So again, all of that stuff that played out in Europe is what is now playing out on a grander scale in the United States. And as a result, there's the same thing that is playing out in the garrison in the Middle East. You can see that idea. And so when they say, there's a phrase they normally would use, they will say they're the last custodian of Western civilization. What does that mean? It means the idea that there's a hierarchy, and that hierarchy has to be maintained. And what does it mean to be in said hierarchy? Well, the closer your features are to this set of people, the closer you are to the top of the food chain, as it were, the farther away you are from it, this is where you belong. And then the people who fall in between, who are neither here nor there, would say, I don't know whether it's some sort of compensation to their psyche, that at least I'm not BLACK. That's it. And so, yeah, you have Europe to thank for all of that mess.
Be that psyche though, Adesoji? Could it be that psyche though is as a result of being rejected by all groups, not being able to, and you're only included when needed, so to speak, or you're only recognized when you're needed to make up numbers? So they don't know where, they really don't know where to find acceptance.
So,
and it created that psyche, possibly?
Yes, there is element of that. Okay, so in Europe, the story of Europe is based on royal courts. All those royal courts have a way of saying, okay, we are, that's the general phrase they use to describe themselves. We are blue bloods, right? So royalty. The next lineup are lords and what have you, next barons, and after barons, viscount and earl and all of that nonsense. The next rung are peasants. It doesn't matter whether you're rich or anything, as long as you're not titled, you're a peasant, right? So now think of this as bringing it to the American space. If you're not part of that class and you're seen as part of the peasantry, and one of these so-called chosen, I don't want to use that phrase, one of these so-called elites decides to, let me use an European phrase, decides to find favor with you or your group. Would you run towards, I suppose the question would be, would you run towards the favor, or would you side with people that look like you, that you think your solidarity is more in tune with? Which is what happened in the United States. The Irish, the Italians, used to be lumped in with the African Americans. But the moment, like you said, the numbers were not really in favor of the title class, they had to absorb so many of them. And once they absorbed so many of them, guess what they then did? They not only went beyond and over and beyond what the title class would do in terms of viciousness, in terms of outlook. In fact, they're the only reason why that system still sustains itself. Because, again, they're the oxygen of that ideology. I don't want to mention it because of
right.
Yeah. So they're the oxygen of that ideology. The moment someone in the title class tells them, you're not one of us, and it's repeated over and over to the point that bubble bursts, that ideology will no longer exist. Because now you know, because of what you saw it play out with the Latino community. They thought proximity helped. But when they were now told that you're not part of it, yes, you might have given us a soundtrack that we can play over and over again, but you're not part of us. And guess what? We need you to remove yourself. That's why what is playing out in LA is playing out. It's because now you realize that no one is going to come and help you. It takes me back to that story of the priest. What's his name? Neuler, during the Third Reich. When the issue of the fact that he was a Catholic priest, knowing well the guy was an atheist, that eventually he will come after him. But because the guy took his time, plucking everybody around him, the people that would eventually had been able to help say no, he plucked everybody around you. Then you were like a tree in the middle of a desert. He didn't even need to do anything, just push you over because there was nothing holding you to the ground. And so again, societies would falter because people think if I can get some sort of benefit from the system, from an exploitative system, I'm good. But just the way you got it and it's taken away from you, you will then find that that's why the United States is living on a thread, a very thin thread. Because this chappie that is there now doesn't see, he doesn't even strategize. That's the worst part. Most dictators tend to strategize, but he's not even strategizing. He's like, you know what? I don't even care. I want power, and for power's sake alone. And that's it.
Yeah. Wow. Look at where we reached. Oh my gosh. It's just, we don't say thread, we say tread. And yes, the same tread that you talk about when talking about tires. Okay, Adasoji? So we don't say thread. Thread the needle. Use the thread when you sew with a needle and thread. No.
Yeah.
We said tread. Tread the needle, give me that.
So what's TRED?
Tread.
Was THREAD?
Tread. You could have spelled it 10,000 ways.
The TH sound is not recognized in the Caribbean.
It's all there to differentiate when you see it on paper, to differentiate the meaning. And when we're talking, we know exactly what we're talking about. So in a group, being very casual, yeah, man, put the thread through the needle. We know we're not talking about TREAD. We know that. We know that TREAD. Listen, it's funny. The more I think about it, I think it's hilarious. I think it's quite hilarious.
But like I was responding to Nissan's comments earlier, it's because there's an amalgamation of linguistic influences, right? So even when you're speaking in Spanish and in French, in French, that TH sound is just like a T. And then in Spanish and French, you don't pronounce the H either, But then when you think about it, these were the same countries that colonized many of the islands in the Caribbean as well. So, while some people look down upon it, there's justification because you have all these influences from all different places.
You saw Jaffa in the chat. I love it all. I don't care who don't like it.
Oh.
All right. So, Adasoji, what does Inademaros mean?
What?
Inademaros.
Could you spell it?
Inna, INNADDI, Moros, MORROWS. Inna de morals. What does that mean in English?
Inna the morals.
We're talking, and then I say to you, inna de morals. What does that mean?
Are you suggesting tomorrow or what?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
See
but
you
that's
tomorrow.
Jamaican
Until
English.
next time. Huh?
That's Jamaican English.
Inna the morals. Okay, you got it. Awesome. All right. Where you there? I think you know that one. Where you there?
Yeah, where you at? Where are you?
Right. Okay. Next one. Smile up yourself.
Give yourself a pat on the back.
No. Smile up yourself.
Smile up on yourself.
Smile up yourself. Dress down. Dress down. Smile up yourself. You will hear that usually in buses or taxis. Dress down. Dress down. What do you think?
Oh, shift. It means yeah.
Dress down is move, and smile up yourself, make room.
Yeah. Sit smarter, don't slap. Yeah.
No, not sit
We
smarter.
say
We say smile up yourself means make room. Make yourself smaller so that somebody else can hold or something else can hold. Go ahead, Azzy. Sorry.
yeah, depending on who you speak to, I mean, depending on their age, some of the older folks might say, small up yourself, or they might say dress back.
Dress back. Yes. Now, when you talk about dress back, make we talk about the anatomy. Heel back. Foot back.
What?
Neck back. Head back.
What
That's
is it?
that's anatomy. Come on, we're in anatomy class, Jamaican
It's
style.
easier than you think, Adesoji. It's easier than
Your foot back. Where's your foot back?
Oh, your heel.
Your heel, right? Your neck
Oh
back.
gosh. The back of your neck.
Your stomach.
That's your stomach.
That's up your son. When you ever see people that talk about
Your chest.
my stomach and step that rub it down your stuff. Up your yes,
Wow.
Ja, we don't say bottle, we say
Buckle.
buckle. Yeah.
You said what?
My mother says it too.
Buckle. We don't say bottle. Like, give me the bottle, pour from the bottle, pass the buckle, give me the buckle. Where is the buckle?
Where's the K in there?
What about that, Spidey?
It's a consonant shift.
Yeah, we don't say little. Give me a little bit of that there. Give me
Miggle.
little. Miggle. We don't say middle either. We say miggle. So we turn the two D's into two G's. Hand miggle. Hand miggle.
Okay.
Put it on my hand miggle.
So, but how did you? I mean, in the bottle, how did you move from T
Me
to
don't
K?
know. Me don't know how they do it.
Okay,
My band can't see so.
Adesoji, it's a consonant shift, right? So it's the same thing in like Latin languages. The French word for hungry is fam, right? F-A-I-M.
Yeah.
The Spanish word for hungry is hambre, right?
Yeah.
So there was a time where H's and F's were kind of swapped in different languages. And that's kind of the same idea.
Oh God.
My band can't see it, so I don't have time to study it. But look at what Tasha put at a soldier. Remember, Huno don't have T. Where is the T in what? You people leave out the T. What?
No, water.
No, that's
Water.
not what we hear a lot of them. So we hear a lot on over there. So what?
Well, again, like I said, now the farther you go away from stuff, people just like, I beg your pardon, huh?
But you know, say water. Them I ask for.
Yeah.
Like
Water.
we don't say water.
Can I have a glass of water, please?
Right. We don't say water. We say water. So we say WATA, water. But we know it's water.
In Nigeria is give me water.
Water. Yeah.
Give me water.
Okay, what else? Which other one? Oh my gosh. There's another one. Buckle, miggle. The T becomes K. We did certificate. Tall and hair. Talking about hair. If you go to somebody and say, can you describe Ja for me, please, right? And I said to you, our ear tall. What am I saying?
She's got long hair.
Yes. Yeah. We don't say long for hair. We say tall. And we don't say here. We say ear. Our ear tall. She have tall ear.
Okay. 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 Oh. Damn. Wow. Tall ear. Mm.
Other. Other. Other is other.
Okay, so how do you pronounce this word? B-R-O-K-E.
Broke.
Brock.
But we say broke in Jamaican. B-R-U-K. So broke. I am broke, me broke.
Wow.
Our them broke pocket man there go. Where are those broke men going? Through. What do you think we say at a soch? We don't say through. What do you think we say? Bearing in mind what as I said when it comes our love affair with TH. We don't say through, we say
True?
true.
True as in T-R-U-E.
But we're saying I'm through with that.
Okay.
Me through with it. Me done with it is what we would really say. Me done with it. But or you'll hear go through that door there. Go through that door. Go through that door there.
Okay, so when you're speaking, that'll probably be the key to understanding. When you're speaking, do you guys gesticulate?
We do. We use our hands a lot. We do use our hands a lot. We use our mouths and our eyes a lot too. And I think that is common with, and I want to believe that is coming from the continent, right? Because
yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah.
When we're talking, our hands are wavy, man.
Throughout the Caribbean and Africans, it's a language. We talk with our eyes, we talk with our mouths, we talk with our facial expressions. We know exactly what we can have a full conversation just with the eyes alone.
Right, yeah. Oh God.
We can be talking about somebody just with our eyes alone, and them don't know say we them at about.
That's true.
Yeah, a full blown conversation.
I
love it. I absolutely love it.
Julie Mango has a skit like that. I think I saw it last week or the week before.
Yes, I did, and I played one with the size and what they mean. Oh, yeah, everything has a meaning.
The size, yes.
Everything has a meaning. Love it. The unspoken word, but we totally understand each other. And I think most of us learn from our mothers the looks.
Oh God. Yes.
And what the looks mean. Yeah.
The looks are pregnant with meaning.
If she look at you and her eyes them squeeze up so, and then she start to wait till I reach home and deal with you properly. Wait till we get home. That's what she's saying to you. And don't make sure to talk to you 2 times.
My grandmother own is when we go somewhere with her and the host will normally say, I know those kids will not take anything from us, but my grandmother will look the other way and say, ask them now. She's pointing to us, ask them. Oh my God.
Thank you for the time check, John. Yeah, at the top of the hour to everyone listening on Jano Radio. We switch over to Jano Radio News and Talk, so you can stay in the app, stay on the website, and all you do, go to the menu, hit News and Talk at the top of the hour, and I'll remind you again when we get there. Thank you, John. Yeah.
So you just get the look away, and then she would say on cue, like, yeah, ask them.
Yeah. We don't do that American thing where when we go in the store, don't ask for nothing, don't touch nothing. No, we're not going to
No,
do
no,
all of
no.
that.
The look is
The
enough.
look is enough to let you know when we go in the store, you don't touch anything. You stay right beside me. You don't ask me for anything. Yeah, we don't have time for that in the Caribbean. Americans about don't touch nothing, don't ask for nothing. No, 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 no,
Nah,
no.
nah, 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 nah. You know the protocol before we even enter. So
And you dare not act a fool.
seriously.
Mhm. I had to ditch those habits at work. And I'm sure that's Nita. Backwards, that's Nita. Yeah. I think a lot of us from the Caribbean, I can't speak for the Africans, but I believe a lot of us from the Caribbean, we bring our behaviors into the workplace. And funny enough, they adapt to us.
Yes,
They
yes.
adapt to us. I don't know how you find it, Ja or Azzy, but they adapt to us. Some of them find it humorous. Some of them will provoke us just to see those habits come out in us. Yeah. Because I used to tell my people, listen, don't know about me today. I'm not in the mood for it today. Don't try me today. Not care me go today.
I've seen a Jamaican lady at work. That was before COVID. Calmly, in the most clearest of patois, tell off somebody in the office without raising her voice. Oh my God! When you hear you know when they say the microaggression, that was there was no level of microaggression. It was like, I'm going to tell you how I feel, or in a language that can fully express my angst. To the point where the lady was like, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. That was all you were hearing. And we were laughing because we could hear a bit of what she was trying to say.
And the minute you hear them say in the workplace, who you talk to? Not even who you talk to? Who you really think you talk to? Who you talk to?
It was flatlined. You know, there was no like, oh, yeah. No. It was so flatlined that everybody that was there could clearly hear it. And we were giggling.
I don't understand. Sit down and not understand what me I say. Sit down and not understand me, but you not understand what me I say. I think I don't know about other cultures, but I know we would cuss you off and still have a job.
We were giggling to the point where the next morning when she came in, the manager called.
Look for Nita, right? And I said, nope,
Yeah,
I've gotten
that's
corrective
right.
action because of my demeanor and labeled as an angry black woman. No, I'm passionate. They
Yeah.
don't understand. They don't understand. Yeah, they don't understand. But I mean, I see Jamaicans cuss off people, and let me tell you what them not do today. Them telling you what them not going to do and what they are going to do.
To do exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Hold on one second. Okay, Jano Radio listeners, please go ahead and switch on over to Jano Radio Talk and Music. It is in the drop down menu at the top of your search bar. Thank you so much. All right, go ahead. Was it Azzy or Soji?
Azzy was going to say something.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's interesting though, because after that moment they know how to deal with you next. Never have that issue again.
Yeah. You know, and the thing about the English over here is once you set your boundaries, every time they come to you, it's almost an apology first, an appeal later, and then explanation.
Yeah, what we would say, them have to come correct when them coming to us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they will come to you. They will say, "Oh, moments. I know you're probably not interested, but
they literally have to butter us up. They really do. Yeah.
I know.
I don't know if you've had this or you've heard rather this expression before. But they sometimes are afraid of us. They're like, oh my gosh,
Facts.
They
Facts.
are. They want to ask, but them don't know how to ask. But at the same time, let me tell you something about Caribbean people. Well, I can tell you about Jamaicans. We are some of the nicest, rudest people. No, seriously. If we check for you, we will defend you till the ends of the earth. I remember back in about 2001, that time it wasn't Macy's yet, it was Burdines. If you're in Florida, you're familiar with Burdines. If you know, you know. The store was Burdines. And I remember I went in and I would pick up a lot of stuff for orders back in Jamaica. And the store clerk, I guess the supervisor, said to one of the other clerks, "You need to watch her." I turned around and said, "Watch who?" I said, "Watch who?" So a Jamaican was there. Lord have mercy. I don't know what part of Jamaica she come from. She sound like she come from down a town, downtown. But let me tell you something. Watch who when I watching girl for. They don't know so we come in here and we have we money. No rap. Let me tell you. On a outada, on a dirty stink and outada can talk about watch the girl. Watch who? Wanna know about? I have to say a word. Then he said, the supervisor, no, that's not what we meant. We meant because of the volume of things she's picking up. We know that there's a good commission. No commission, no, in this. You know, in that. Without teeth, nothing. I was like, wow, you're not gonna say anything.
But you know, is interesting too. Like even I've been to a few Caribbean restaurants here, right? And you walk in and the demeanor is like, what you want?
What you want?
And then as I'm starting to speak, then it's like, oh, okay, all right. Give him 2 extra pieces of plantain. You come back the next time, my friend.
My big friend. Wagwan, my big friend.
Yeah. I mean, the lady I went to, the place I went to in New Jersey when I came, the first time we walked in there, she just looked at us, she sized us up, and the next thing you had the customary way I want. This food is gonna be good.
Wow. What's the term for that? What's the they have a term for that when you are so accustomed to syndrome. Oh my gosh, what is it?
Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm syndrome. Yeah.
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to believe that's what it is.
So we ordered our food. We left. So 2 days later we came back. That woman's demeanor completely changed. Oh, welcome. You know, it's like I'm like, oh, okay. Hopefully the food is still good.
Stockholm syndrome. It must be a real thing in the Jamaican community. Wow. Mercy. May the Lord help us.
No.
My TikTok acting up. Hold on. Go on top. I'm gonna fix
No. I mean, I was just saying that, yeah. When you interact with the Caribbean, man, it's just a different world. You see a mirror of yourself. You might not exactly understand everything they're saying, but the passion and you hear it. And I try as much as possible to hide because I laugh a lot. I try as much as possible to hide my laughter because the last thing you want is people thinking you're laughing at them. It's like, because all I'm seeing myself in you. Yeah. So that's why I'm laughing. It's like, there's no need for that aggression. Just calm down.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oops, hold on. 1 second. Go ahead. Ozzy, go right ahead.
I was gonna say at Adesoji, I was in Brixton in January, right?
Hold on, stick up in Ozzy. Stick up in. Shelly B is asking, do Nigerians understand patois? Adesoji, you answer that one.
Yeah. Listen,
you can figure it out.
You can figure it out, and they say once you take an interest in something, sooner or later you come grips to it.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go, Shelly. Go ahead, Ozzy. Thank you for your patience, Ozzy. Go ahead. Thank you, Kurt.
No, I was saying I was in Brixton in January.
We're in Bricky, not Brixton. That's how we call it in London. Bricky.
Yeah, I was in Bricky,
There you go.
and I was trying to go to the Black Cultural Archives building, and there was a guy outside, and like the whole time he's just like sizing me up, just kind of looking at me like, "Yo, what?" You know. And so I walked over to him, and I was like, "Yo, is this building closed? Like, what's going on?" Yo, the man whole demeanor changed, and he was like, "Man, they're always closed, man. Like the hours are never consistent, bro." Because it's interesting, because in that area most of the people have a Caribbean or African background, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know,
Windrush
I'm
Square. Windrush Square.
yeah,
By
I'm
by
walking
the
up,
library.
and I'm even by Electric Avenue. I'm walking around,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
everybody's
Man,
just kind of looking at me like, "Yo,
you
who's
came
this
to
guy?"
Bricky, man. No. Look at Aki dropping dropping names of areas, man. You came to
Yeah,
Bricky,
man.
man.
I went to the Black Farmer shop and everything too.
Wow. You went into Brixton Village?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Jai's asking, is Electric Avenue real?
Yeah, it's real.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's real.
I remember that song.
Yeah, Eddie Grant.
Hold on, what song is that? Remind me, give me the tune.
Yeah, we're gonna rock.
Electric Avenue. Yeah.
We're gonna take it higher.
Hey.
Oh no.
All right, let's close out this conversation with this.
Now order from Oxtails.
We not have that.
We have curry chicken.
That done.
We have stew chicken.
Finish.
Oh, okay. We have barber fry.
Sir, that's not ready yet.
I'm sorry. What do you have left on the menu?
Sir, you don't see the menu right there. You can look at the menu to see what we have, sir.
You have fried chicken.
Breast and wing or leg and thigh.
I get 2 breasts.
Sir, we do not serve it like that. It's either breast and wing or leg and thigh. You come here to buy food or you come here to keep podcast.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get a leg and a thigh?
One fried chicken, leg and thigh. Sir, that's $18.
$18.
Sir, me not have no change, you know. You don't have nothing smaller.
No, I'm sorry. You keep the change. Can I get some curry gravy?
That done.
All right. I'm sorry.
And that is true. They'll have their customers apologizing to them. For what? I don't know. And that's the Jamaican experience in Jamaican restaurants around the world, apparently.
And there is another thing that is funny about that scenario that plays out every time. Those women are usually very beautiful, so you can't even get angry.
I would say at least y'all consistent. Yeah, very consistent. Geely, you had put something about sounding like being on the train. I just saw a video yesterday. I would play I saw it yesterday. I would play it, but trust me, the lady done the people them on the bus. So I can't play it with all the expletives in it. But one thing too that is consistent amongst Jamaicans when you get them angry. Thank you for the follow, Shelly. Another Shelly in the building. One thing is consistent about us Jamaicans. We will go 0 to 100 real quick, and the whole away will tell us say you're mad. Me a mad gal, you know. No ramp with me, you know we are ramp with. And then we will proceed to tell her that we'll unalive you. All we know so we're not unalive nobody. It's consistent amongst all of us. But as I said, we are the nicest, rudest people you will ever be around. All right. All right. Thank you for that break. Ja, thank you for the gifts. Thank you. All right. Next up, Guyana government denies housing allocation to Venezuelans. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. The Ministry of Housing, the Guyana Ministry of Housing and Water, Central Housing and Planning Authority, has firmly rejected claims circulating on social media suggesting that Venezuelan nationals have been granted access to housing in the new development at Little and Great Diamond, East Bank, Demerara. Setting the record straight, the ministry stated, and I quote, all allottees within the Diamond housing scheme are Guyanese. According to the official release, not a single house, lot, or turnkey unit in the area has been allocated to non-Guyanese. The ministry emphasized that land allocation is strictly reserved for individuals who are legally recognized as Guyanese in accordance with the laws of Guyana. All right, so not to worry, folks. The ministry, though, has acknowledged that 37 Venezuelans were found squatting in the area. It's clarified that they have been deemed ineligible under the housing program as it only serves Guyanese. These relocated households now reside near the 4-lane Heroes Highway. All right, folks, so go and do the thing over there, Guyana. Spread the joy. By the way, I need to ask Jamaica a question. We have oil or we not have oil? Have. Do we have oil or do we not have oil? Somebody needs to come clean. I'm sick and tired of the skepticism. I'm sick and tired of hearing 1 minute we do, the next minute we don't. I'm sick and tired of hearing about exploration. Nobody explores for more than 10 years without the strong probability that there may, and a strong may, be something to be gained. Why do I feel, this is just my feeling, why do I feel that it dead, but you're trying to keep it hush-hush for as long as you can, so those who are in a position to take advantage can line up for them pocket, line up them picnic pocket, line up them grand picnic pocket, set up themselves before they make it public. This is just how I feel. That's what I feel in my spirit. And I will say this to Jamaica. If you do indeed have oil, I know we are refining oil for Trinidad to the tune of some millions or billions of dollars. It is my hope that we will invest that money into our infrastructure, in particular, healthcare. We should have first world healthcare facilities across the island. Too often, foreigners or returning residents or people visiting the island complain about the inadequacies within our healthcare sector. We cannot be promoting tourism to the degree which we are. We cannot be benefiting from the hard work of Edmund Bartlett not to have proper healthcare infrastructure in place. First world, we're more than capable. Get it done. Next, education. It is full time we start investing in the education sector properly. Let us pay our teachers. That way, we can minimize the number of them who seek employment outside of the island because they don't feel appreciated simply based on the income. They pour out so much, they invest so much of themselves into people pitney, into some ungrateful parents' children for little yield. So let us see to it that we are able to improve the salaries of our teachers, just as we can improve the salaries of non-performing parliamentarians to the tune of 100% increase. We can do the same for teachers. Let us talk about the what you call it, nurses and doctors who work within the public healthcare sector. Roads. In 2025, Jamaica, we should not be having roads where only donkey can walk on. And you have to take time with the donkey because you don't want the donkey foot broke. Because the donkey foot broke, you can't get figure which part you need figure. It's 2025. So, and there is a long laundry list of things that need to be addressed. We can embark on a beautification project across the island. In particular, the corridors on the north coast and the south coast. There's a lot of work that can be done if we stop skimming and scamming, allegedly. All right? So if there is oil, let us not seek to line our pockets first, but to improve the lives of every single Jamaican. Every Jamaican child should be able to benefit from free education right up to a first degree, at least. At least. Give them a fair opportunity, a fair chance. All right? And I could go on and on. Being mad is a compliment to Jamaicans, for real. All right. So good job over there, Guyana. The oil money at work. And I'm not saying that no skimming and not going over there, center, but at least you see them putting the information out there. Thank you for the heart, Angel. At least you see them doing work. There is some kind of compensation. There's a paid forward there. All right. Okay. Next. We're still in Guyana. Guyana unveils a new hospital along the East Bank corridor. Article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly.com. Guyana isn't he doctor? Doesn't he have the title doctor? So Caribbean National Weekly, why aren't you putting the title there? Let us do the right thing. Ghana President Dr. Irfan Ali says the newly opened Diamond Regional Hospital will provide critical healthcare services to more than 40,000 residents along the East Bank corridor. This as the government continues to push to modernize and expand the country's health infrastructure. This is an investment that will ensure our women, children, elderly, and all alike have a level of treatment that is not based on income or status. This is what this investment is doing, providing quality, efficient, equitable services. This is an investment in the people of our country. That's what President Dr. Ali said during the official opening ceremony. Where my bell there? I like that. Regardless of your income or status, everyone will be able to get quality, efficient, equitable services. Was it yesterday or today or was it last week that we had the conversation and we spoke about which country over there in Africa where the government officials were barred from leaving to seek health care outside of the country. They had to use what was available. And by putting out that mandate, it was a quick cleanup of the healthcare system there. Some countries need to do this. Anyway, let's keep it moving. Next up, according to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, Canadian airline Air Transat will begin direct service to Guyana in December 2025, becoming the 10th international carrier to operate out of the Cheddi Jagan International Airport. The announcement was made by Minister of Public Works Bishop Juan Edgehill during a ceremony celebrating the inaugural flight of KLM Royal Dutch Airlines to Guyana last Wednesday. All right. Guyana to the thing. Guyana, the new hot. Well, Guyana is the hot girl on the block. Tanzania. Thank you, Mr. President. Ghana is the hot girl on the black on the block. In highlighting the country's growing aviation footprint, Edgehill noted that Guyana has added services from several new carriers in just 5 years, including Dominican Republic, Sky Ghana, British Airways, Inter-Caribbean Airways, JetBlue, Fly Always, Suriname Airways, and now KLM. He emphasized the global significance of this growth, saying, I believe with the good support and the rational, responsible actions of the Guyanese people on December 16, we would be able to stand here and welcome the 10th air transit from Canada. Okay, so the route will operate twice weekly for folks living in Canada who are desirous of going to Guyana via air transit. From December 16, 2025 to April 24, 2026, flights will be on a Tuesday and a Friday. All right. The flights will be operated using the Airbus A321LR, which is a fuel-efficient aircraft known for its modern design, ergonomic cabin, club class seating, and a state-of-the-art in-flight entertainment system. All right, pick up on yourself. Time for us to hop on over to Jamaica. 27% of street children forced there by guardians. This is according to a study by CPFSA. Article found on Nationwide Radio JM. A study by the Child Protection and Family Services Agency, CPFSA, has found that 27% of Jamaica's most vulnerable children were forced by their guardians to work on the streets. The study was conducted between 2019 and 2020. The study identified 413 children. Yes, you heard me correctly. Director of Policy Planning and Evaluation at the CPFSA, Newton Douglas, says intervention was successfully completed for 373 of them. Douglas says the highest proportion of vulnerable children on the street were those aged 12 and 13 years old.
There are about 63% of that number that were males and another 37% that were females. The highest proportion, though, of children on the street were children who were 12 and 13-year-olds, though 12-year-olds comprised about 16%, and the 13-year-olds comprised 15%, that's the majority, 31%. And so the numbers went, and you did allude to children between 5 and 9 years old, which constituted about 10% of the constituents. Only a small portion, though, proportion of those children sleep on the street. That's about 18 out of those numbers. The majority, or 94% of that number, that's 319 children, do return homes, which means that they have somewhere to go after being on the street.
Douglas says 27% of the children hustling or vending on the streets said they were forced by their guardians.
In terms of 92 or about 27% of those children, they are on the streets because my parent or my guardian told me to do so. So you would find that there's a portion of them that do go on the street because they are asked or instructed to do so by their family members.
However, he says the majority of them, 67% of them, said that they worked on the streets as a matter of earning to survive.
When we looked at questions like, I work on the streets because I need the money to survive, about 57% of those children indicate that's one of the main reasons for them being on the street. Another 10% would say, I work on the streets because my parents or my guardian cannot take care of me, and so I gravitate towards that to help myself. Another 4% would be on the street because although they can find the support, their parents or guardians do not take care of them or provide the means which they would need to prevent them from being on the street. They work on the streets because they want to make some quick money, and that's about another 57% you would find that falls within the category. Now, these children would have responded to more than one of these questions, so you'll find that the same child will respond to some of these very questions.
The CPFSA launched a project called the Fiwe Pitney Initiative to assist the children identified as being in need of intervention. Douglas says the majority of the children who were engaged completed the intervention process and are back in school full time. He says the CPFSA has set up monitoring for the children identified to ensure that further intervention can be provided if their circumstances change. Meanwhile, Chief Executive Officer, CEO of MOBAC, Mobafa Bako, says the initiative has identified the need for families to be connected to government social services.
So in this one particular family, they were navigating issues of disability, physical disability, mental health, living on captured land. Because there was disability by the parents, they're not able to work and they were not accessing disability grants. And the child felt as though it was now their responsibility, as young as 13, to go out and hustle because parents were disabled and they're not able to be able to provide for them. It was being able to now connect parents to the state opportunities through grants, being able to provide child with support while in school, helping to navigate with family, the fact that they're living on captured land, to get some level of stability around the housing that they had. So it was a multiplicity of issues being affected. In some instances, it wasn't just taking child off of street and say go to school, but you had to deal with some of the other core challenges that the family was being faced with.
Mobafa Bako, CEO of MOBAC. MOBAC, is a foundation that provides young people with safe spaces, strong programming, stable relationships, and academic support to successfully overcome all barriers. The foundation partnered with the CPFSA to undertake the intervention. And I'm just going to go straight into the next article, which relates to this one, where CPFSA reports success in mission to help street children. And we do have a soundbite for this one as well. Also, courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. The Child Protection and Family Services Agency is reporting substantial gains in its mission to rescue Jamaica's most vulnerable children who are forced to live and work on the streets. The project, is being done through its Street and Working Children initiative, which was launched in June last year. Chief Executive Officer, CEO of the CPFSA, Laurette Adams Thomas, says the program is already making a noticeable difference in the targeted communities.
We are seeing fewer children on the streets in areas where they were once frequent. That is a direct result of the strong partnerships and consistent engagement with families and community members. This is not just about removing children from harm, but about empowering their families and communities to keep them safe in school and thriving.
The Street and Working Children program was rolled out in 8 high priority communities across the island. The communities are Yalas in St. Thomas, Majestic Gardens in Kingston, Old Harbour in St. Catherine, Rocky Point in Clarendon, Port Maria in St. Mary, Retirement in St. James, as well as Parrytown and Ocherius in St. Anne. The project is a direct response to findings from a 2020 study, which was commissioned by the CPFSA, which revealed that children as young as 5 years old were actively engaged in street hustling and vending. The study identified over 300 children who were living and or working on the streets across 9 parishes. It says these children were often exposed to exploitation, abuse, and limited access to education, stemming primarily from poverty, family breakdown, and systemic neglect. Mrs. Adams Thomas says the program has reached 170 children who have since been registered into the formal school system.
With just the completion of phase 1, we now have 170 children less on the streets. 170 children who have been redirected from a perilous path. 170 children who will not be coming into state care.
Florida Adams Thomas, CEO of the CPFSA. Why the backside a parent have them 5-year-old picnic a hustle? So what the parents are doing? What are the parents doing? If you don't know, say you don't have one, and you can't manage the one.
Good moment. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Leslie, with your French. Oui, ça va bien. Et toi?
Ça va bien. If you're hungry, you need to eat, as he says, je faim. You don't know what to eat something. Why are we trying to regulate these people's wombs, man? Let them have their babies.
Yeah, but then them a suffer. Why is a 5-year-old on the street hustling, Dr. Leslie? Why are the parents sending their 5-year-old children out there on the streets to beg, to clean car glass at intersections, endangering their lives? Why are the parents out there do all of the time they pick them go to school? Let me speak English.
Maybe they were born to be hustlers.
No.
I mean, are we really educating folks on I mean, it sounds basic to some of us because we have the education and the understanding, but do we really think that people understand how conception happens? I mean, like sometimes I wonder, if they really truly understand that you can't take some of these chances because, like, you for real can get pregnant, you know? I've had so many girls come in and swear on their all kinds of graves that they're not pregnant. I said, well, what's that coming out there as a baby? For real. So I don't know. I would like to think it's an educational issue, because what level of people are really falling prey to this kind of behavior, right? The mostly poor, right? The ones who mostly don't have access to resources, jobs, whatnot.
So why them not get up, go look work? Why send a 5-year-old out there, Dr. Leslie? That's the part I cannot wrap my head around. Okay, you're impoverished, right? You're struggling. You bring this child into the world, and your answer is to look at your 5-year-old and say, listen, you have to go feed yourself, you know. Me can't feed you, you know. Those parents need to be put in jail. I'm sorry. That's how I feel. You're going to send your 5-year-old on the streets to hustle?
Was that something done to them? Is that the only measure that they know? I'm asking because it's a real question. If all that you have, you can only become truly what you see, right? If what you are seeing is that level, how do you know that you can move beyond that?
Let me ask a question, Dr. Leslie. If that were the case, how is it that 100% of people that come out of those situations don't repeat the behavior? There are some who make a decision. They make a choice, a conscious choice. What separates them then? Because I'm not going to act. Yes, you see it, you grow up in it. It doesn't mean you have to repeat it. There are others, there are many who don't repeat it. They want better. They do better. They break the cycle. So what separates them?
And you're right, you're true. I mean, I could have become a lot of things. I'm trying to think of what I could have been comfortable with poverty, yeah. But I think sometimes I had exposure. I think exposure matters. It really does. I had exposure to a lot of things, good things, right? And I try to provide that for my nieces and nephews, like show them that there's a world outside of their community, show them that there is more beyond what you see in the neighborhood street. So you don't have to hustle like that person hustle. You can. And, a lot of times when I go home, and I don't do it as much now just because the streets aren't as safe, I would just talk to some of these young people and try to get inside of their mind and say, well, tell me, what do you want to do when you grow up? What kind of impact do you want to have on the world? And, it's a question that a lot of times no one has asked them. No one has asked them what kind of impact they want to make in the world. If they don't have the exposure to that kind of a thinking, or it's hard for me to, and I get where you are. I get it because I've been frustrated like that. But I guess this morning is just the older, more gentle side of Dr. Williams is coming out. But I'm a little more compassionate because I truly feel that if people knew better, truly knew better, they would do better. And knowing is not just the information, but it's the application of that information and the wisdom that comes with that. And many times there is information, but people don't know how to apply that information. We make all kinds of assumptions. Well, of course, you're going to not want to do that because we're using our lens. We're looking through our lens, and our lens are just that. It's our lens. And we cannot always apply that universally.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about this because I think the more I need to do more personally to get back to some of these young people who are out there running the streets, who don't have vision. Because when they don't have vision, guess what? They are now literally perishing. And the Bible said that the people perish for a lack of vision. And they are. They are literally dying because they cannot see themselves beyond their situation. If we can instill a dream, just one drop has a ripple effect. One drop of water, one drop of wisdom, one drop of caring, one drop of compassion, one drop has a ripple effect. Someone said something to me. I've always wanted to be a doctor. I did a lot of things, right? And after undergrad, I spent time traveling, doing a one-woman show and performing and acting, and that was my income. And I kind of put my goal aside of being a doctor because it was expensive and da 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 da. I found all the excuses. I was at a tea party, and my friend Nancy said to me, these are her words, and she said, "You would make such an amazing doctor." Those words hit me in a place in my soul that resonated, and it woke something up in me, and that got me back on the path. I would not have gotten back on that path quite in that way if I had not been in the place. So position is important. I would not have been in that path had Nancy not said that. So presence was important.
Yeah.
Right? Position and presence. A lot of these kids are not in the place where they need to be to get what they need. And they don't have the people to speak into their lives.
Yeah.
We can't judge them so harshly if we are not putting boots to the ground.
Here's the thing. For me, Dr. Leslie, that annoys the life out of me. Thank you, Kevin. Here's what annoys the life out of me. Is the children suffering because of the parents' decisions, right? And I get it. I get everything you're saying. But I still cannot understand how a parent can look at them 5-year-old and say you have to go fend for yourself because I can't feed you. But yet, then we sit down in a day, wherever, and take a next man. That me can't wrap my head round. And then 9 months on the road, them I push out to our next picnic. I can't sit. I don't know. Me cannot understand that.
I can see it.
And the only way to really understand is to have a conversation. The only way we can get into any modicum of understanding is to speak with them, to say, tell me why, and not in a judgmental manner, because nobody's going to reveal their heart if you come at them. Right. But if you come to them, there's a different response, right? I'm asking, I want to understand. I truly want to understand and suspend our judgment for a minute and listen. I think that we might find answers and solutions, ways that we can help them. But they cannot see past their own experience. And, everyone who is given birth is not a mother.
True.
It's a biological thing. You can give birth. That's biology.
That's true. You're right.
But when it comes to mothering someone, that's a whole different skill set that has to be taught and it has to be caught.
Yeah, I could see exactly how that happened. Because I know some people who grew up in a way that they've trained their children that, especially the daughters, that their measure of success is by the man that they can attract. Like if you get a man with money, then that's your way out. And so for that sole reason, is why some of them having children with certain people and all of that. Even though there's no like arrangement on, you know, what is raising this child going to look like or anything like that. It's just in their mind what they know and their way of survival is that. And then it's messed up, but some people have the perspective that, okay, well, if they send their child out to do XYZ, blah, 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 the likelihood of somebody saying no to a child is much lower. It's messed up, but in terms of desperation, survival, and lack of knowledge, like people will make decisions that will really shock you. Like Dr. Leslie said, you know, when you're not exposed to certain things and the way you were raised or the way people operate in your vicinity is all that you know, then you can't get out of that unless you have a specific purpose or a vision that you're aligned with.
The other thing too is I realized that a lot of people are under a constant stream of stress. Decision making is hampered when you're under stress. I always say to my nieces, do not make emotional decisions. So do not make emotional decisions because you'll make the wrong decision. Mm-hmm. Take your time, get into a space of peace, and think about what you're doing. But when you have to feed mouths and feed yourself and all that, it's almost like they're in a constant state of survival. It's a fight or flight all the time. If you're constantly in fight or flight, the decisions that you make will be vastly different than if you weren't. Mm-hmm. That's how I see it. Yeah. So I'm just trying to add a different kind of lens to some of the decision making that I see happening, and it's not right or wrong, but it's another way to look at it.
And before I pass on the mic here to you, Mr. President, you know, there's a saying that resonates or has resonated with me. A person raised on love sees the world differently from someone raised on survival. Go right ahead, Mr. President. Go right ahead. Thank you for your patience.
I want to look at this in a totally different light to how it's being discussed right now.
Excuse me, husband.
Good morning.
Don't
good
do
morning,
that.
dear.
Good morning. Okay.
What I want to look at is, first, I want to commend the organizations who is doing the work they're doing and reaching out to the streets and reaching out to the kids. And I mean, we can't, and we have to commend the government if they're behind it for the initiative, because we often condemn the government for many things that they're not doing right. Okay, sure. I see that as a very, very good initiative, and in many ways, not only that you're reaching out to the kids and changing some of their lives, but the data that is coming out of that is phenomenal, because it is that data that will allow us to put programs in place that will allow government and other organizations to provide interventions that would provide information. As the gentleman said, there are people with disability that do not know there are facilities out there to help them. So now you know that. Then when you put that information on the airways and you publish that information, not only there might be people in similar situation who is not on the street, but who is struggling unnecessarily because they do not know the resources that are available for them to take advantage of. And oftentimes those resources are lying idle somewhere, not being productive. So I think from that perspective, I see that as multiple wins, okay? I also see it from the perspective in that now we have families and stuff that we can reach out to. and make a whole lot of difference. So this is how I want to look at it. And I think from there, we have a base to do all the stuff that Dr. Leslie and everybody else speak about. But I think that is very, very important. And that initiative, we can't commend them too much enough.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And thank you for highlighting that, because I'm totally focused and annoyed with the fact and holding on to, I'm hung up on the 5-year-old out there, that I totally ignored the bigger picture. But for me, a 5-year-old is big. It's a big deal for me when we're supposed to be protecting our 5-year-old children. But absolutely, you are absolutely right, Mr. President. We cannot ignore the work that is being done, the work that has been done, the lives that have already been changed, where 67% of them, hold on, no, let me get the right numbers. Coming, I want to tell no lie. A high number of them have already, 373 of them to be exact. There has been an intervention. Things are successful. They're in school. Yes, we greatly appreciate that. We applaud it. And the goal is to have 0 children on the streets. Now, I want to go back to something you said, Dr. Leslie. Now, having done the work to repair the situation through the intervention with these children, we now have to have a conversation with the parents. We now need to find out from the parents what their desires are in terms of how do they see themselves in society, functioning in society. What are they lacking? And then we have to put them on a rehabilitative journey. We have to get the parents rehabilitated. We have to get them into environments where they think differently. And because they think differently, they will now act differently because of being exposed. So if these parents are lacking skills, here is where the programs, the organizers, in tandem with the organizers, go a step further. Let us get them into the heart program so they can see a better way. Because fixing the children is one thing, because then can go push out and expect and do the same thing all over again, and the cycle never gets broken. I can teach you how to fish and you can feed yourself for life. So I want to see going a step further beyond the children. We have to reach the parents. We have to. I don't know if asking the clinics where a lot of the women who are from lower income households go for their prenatal care, do they have programs there? Do they have workshops there? Are they presenting them with opportunities? Because here you're bringing you're going to bring a child into the world. What's your plan? What resources do you have in place? Let us see how during these next however months you have left, let us see how we can prepare you so that after you've had the child and you've gone through at least 3 months with your young one, you're now ready to be gainfully employed, not sitting down with your hands on your jaw, waiting for the child to turn 5 to send them out on the street. To look after you. And I think that is the point that irks me the most. A lot of them send the children out into the streets to hustle. And then they ask the picnic what they bring, what they make today. And what them to sit down now do nothing. And I think that's the thing that irks me. So we have to have that intervention, not just for the children, but we need it for the parents.
I think so too, that the parents do need, the exposure and mentoring would help. I don't know how many women who give birth realize that breastfeeding is it's not foolproof, but you can prevent further pregnancy with breastfeeding, right? Like right away, you can have a baby again, like soon. But if you breastfeed, you lower that chance. You know, I don't know that they know that. I don't know that they that there's a lot that they don't know, and I think mentoring is important. Exposure is important. Sponsorship is important. But I also think that we cannot, coming from me today, I don't know what's going on with me today, but we can't be angry at these parents. We can't, because we're not walking in their shoes. We have not stood one day in their shoes or in their situation. We don't know. And unless we have a conversation with them, and unless we open our hearts to hear where they are, right, wrong, or indifferent, then we have to suspend judgment. We have, we have to suspend wrath. The wrath might come out after the facts, but at least for now, let me give you the benefit of a doubt that you don't know. But if you know what is right to do and you ain't doing it just because you don't want to, that's a whole different situation. So.
And then the father, the man, them, one of them. Men. It takes two. No immaculate conception now go on again. There is only one. It's not immaculate conception. You were actively engaged in the procreation process. And then you do what? Abandon ship. You're weak. You're weak. And that is part of the problem why we have a fractured society. We have a society of men who refuse to accept their responsibility, take accountability, take care of their children, their offspring. You're absent psychologically, you're absent emotionally, you're absent physically, you're absent financially. But as soon as the picnic do come to something, I don't want to show up. I do have a few choice words for y'all, but I can't say that. Where's your hand in all of this? And thank God for those who step up. Thank God for those who show up. I'm going to talk to them one day. What on a love engage in an activity, but want run as the fruits of our labor come forth. I've said this several times. You don't have to be with a mother. Nobody's forcing you to be in a relationship with the mother of your child. Because Lord knows if we don't work together, we just don't work together. And we don't want that to affect a child either. But show up, man. If you never go there, your name wouldn't call. All when the pitney are the splitting image on no sign of phone a pitney. But just as we have to have compassion and empathy with the mothers, we have to have it with them too, because nobody not trained them either. Nobody taught them the right way. It's just a cycle being repeated. The goal, when you hear some men talking, so how much youth you get? How much youth you get? That is it. And it's not followed by, well, I hope you're taking care of them enough. I hope you're involved enough. I hope you make sure you take care of them. And you don't hear that. It's just, how much youth to get, my youth? How much youth you get?
This morning.
Good morning, Shelley. Good morning. That is it, you know. How much youth you get? Boy, you want to say me get 3, you know. Yes, my dog. I saw you do it. And nothing else. Why aren't the men now encouraging this man to see to it that he's involved in his child's or his children's lives. We have a broken society, man. Really broken. Really broken. Oh. And you're right, Dr. Leslie. We cannot, if we say we want to help them, we have to come from a non-judgmental angle. Put our reservations aside. As Dre has said before, we cannot address it from our positions of privilege. We can't. We have to address it from a humane standpoint, from a caring standpoint. We want to hear their story. We want to know what it is that led them to this point. We want to know what their true desires are, because I'm sure many of them had dreams as children too, before they became parents. How did they end up in this situation? And are they willing to accept the help that will be offered? You know, many of us talk about returning to our home countries. And when we talk about returning residents, what we usually hear, I want to build up my house, or I want to be in a gated community, and you don't hear anything else. That's where it stops. I want to go back home. I'm going to build up my house. I want to be in a gated community. I'm going to ship down a vehicle. And we're done this so. We don't talk about, and returning residents will be the very ones to complain about crime. What can returning residents do to create an impact, to help to change the trajectory of a child's life? If you reach one, you've reached a community. What can we do? Those are the conversations we need to have. Not about the house, not about the car, but how am I going back to make an impact in the lives of young people in particular? What opportunities can we create for them? You see, we're taken up with doing things on the grand scale all the time. We don't have to. If it's one you can reach, you reach the one. If you're a retired teacher, how about, and you're returning to your home country, how about the community that you go into? See about setting up some where you can help people with extra lessons. A lot of you are getting retirement income from overseas. Some can do it gratis. You can give back to your communities, give back to your country. Reach out to the parents, go to the schools, offer yourselves, whether it's twice a week, 3 times a week, 30 minutes an hour, the children who need the help the most. Because, you know, most times, you know, the ones who get the help, those who are already excelling. We always ignore those who are struggling. So how about we go home, get into the schools, get into the communities, have the conversations, work with those who need the help the most. Go right ahead, Mr. President.
Moment. I understand what you say, and I agree to an extent. But what you have to also look at is sometimes you retire or you go back to your country and you have skill sets and so to offer. You're reaching out to the school. Sometimes it's difficult to get into a program. It's difficult to even get to volunteer. Some of the people running these organizations think it belongs to them, and they see you volunteering or you trying to help us, you trying to take over from them or take power or something like that. There are people you're trying to help and they make no effort to help themselves, whether it's parents, kids, or whoever. So it's not simply that a lot of people don't want to help, but sometimes people just get frustrated resort to the gated community and say, to hell was this? Because I'm trying to help, and it's like I'm begging you to help you, or it's like I'm doing you a favor. There are cases where people come now and they become dependent, so you're not helping. And it's like, what am I going through all this stress for? It's not worth my pain. So a lot of times, these things happen also. I just wanted to consider that.
Yeah, I'm fully aware of that, Mr. President, but that should not deter us. All right, so this is what I want to help. Move on to the next one. There is somebody. There is somebody. And I don't want, because you have 10 who give us the a pushback, so to speak, that we ignore the 5 or we ignore the 2. You know, we can't give up. Whatever little we can do, let us do it. What impact can you make in your communities when you return to your home countries? Go ahead, Shelley.
I am going to go on what I've heard. I hope I get enough information to comment on this. But as you mentioned, that the help is necessary in the community. One of, don't judge me here. I for the longest while I've been looking at the churches with side eyes, because I believe that they are in a position to do so much more. And in leading and guiding young men, one of the things I did as a boy mom early is to let my son know that he's a leader. Therefore, you're responsible for not responsible, responsible is a big word, but tell the boys around you to do better. And if the churches take the handful of boys, because boys go at every church, if the churches take that handful of boys that they have in their congregation and not just guide them to do good, but guide them to be the leader in that group wherever they go. I agree with you that people as community that see, we are all seeing the effect, the negative effect. In order to create change, we need to pull in resources to create that change for another group to come, because when people get involved, that's the only way change is created. But I think as it relates to forming groups, that is very essential. But the churches are there as an already formed group, and I really hope they realize that they need to do more. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Shelley. Not just collect people's tithes and offerings, but to be involved in the communities, change lives. We have to change the trajectory.
Hey, moment.
Hey, Dr. Leslie, go ahead.
I want to also say, kind of alongside with what Mr. President said, oftentimes we go into situations thinking that we're the ones who are doing the pouring. But in true sense, when I have gone into communities, there's a lot that I learn. And I think approaching things with a spirit of humility is vitally important to bringing people along, right? Because we learn from them. There are valuable lessons that we can get from people who we don't think can give us anything. And I think that is where it starts, is humility. Humility. Someone once said they were going to Grenada to do all of this, and Grenada have all this and that and that. And I said, the moment you have that attitude going into Grenada, you have failed, because you don't go and impose. You go and you engage. When you go in and impose your opinion on what you think is the right thing to do because, well, it's coming from my lens and it's got to be right because look at you, you will fail. That is not the approach we want to have when we are going to lend our expertise in a particular area. We will be very, very surprised to know that there's a lot that we can learn and a lot that we will see about our own selves when we go into these communities and interact with these people. And it's it should be a mutually beneficial relationship for sustainability.
I agree. I agree. Thank you, Dr. Leslie. All right. So we talking about the report from Nationwide Radio JM, two articles in fact. The first one, 27% of street children forced by their guardians. And that is according to a CPFSA study. Um, that found that 27% of Jamaica's most vulnerable children were forced by their guardian to work on the streets. The study was conducted between 2019 and 2020, and it identified 413 children. There has been a successful intervention with 300 of them successfully completing a program, and now they're back in schools full time. Yeah, the other article headline reads CPFSA reports success in mission to help street children, where they identified communities across the island. Whew, 8 high priority communities across the island to be exact. They've noticed a significant improvement. Yeah, 170 children through this program have been reintegrated into the formal school system. There's more work to be done. A country will only be successful if it takes care of its youth. And taking care of its youth, it's not just providing breakfast, providing lunch, providing a meal, or putting shoes on their feet and clothes on their back or a roof over their head. There is more to it. There's a psychological aspect that needs to be addressed. All right. And we don't have enough psychologists or child psychologists in Jamaica either. That's an area of opportunity. If one is interested in giving back, see if you can get yourself in front of the Minister of Health, Dr. Christopher Tufton, and see what conversations can be had, fruitful conversations that things that can be rolled out, and because at the end of the day, we have to save our children however we can. These children, are easily snatched up and recruited by the wrong characters of society. That is how many of them end up living a life of crime from an early age. Oh boy. All right, next up, immigration attorney urging undocumented Jamaicans in the United States to seek legal counsel. Article courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. And we have a sound bite for that. Let me go ahead and load this one up. All right, so immigration attorney Opal Lee is urging Jamaicans living in the United States illegally to seek legal representation immediately. This is as the Trump administration has ramped up its crackdown on undocumented immigrants across the country. Trump's latest enforcement actions have set off a wave of protests in Los Angeles. The president has responded by deploying the National Guard to restore order. Here is Mahiri Stewart with more in this report.
Data from the Pew Research Institute suggests that more than 700,000 Caribbean nationals may be living in the United States illegally. At least 60,000 of those are believed to be Jamaicans. If Donald Trump's sweeping immigration crackdowns prevail, they would all be expelled from the United States. Prominent immigration attorney Opal Lee is warning those Jamaicans to lawyer up.
if you have overstayed your visa and you're going into an interview, worse if you have a court, you should not be trying to do this on your own. You don't even have to use me. I don't care. Just lawyer up. Just make sure it's an immigration attorney. Because the thing is that I remember a colleague saying that they were about to take her client in at an interview, and she was able to talk down, talk out the officer. And they gave the person a chance. So you really need an advocate there for you. So if you know if you have not yet overstayed, then fine. But if you have already overstayed, especially if your visa has already expired, you really and truly should not be going into an interview at USCIS without legal representation.
Trump was swept back into office on a pledge to dramatically reshape American immigration policy. The president maintains the influx of undocumented immigrants is a threat to America's long-term security and prosperity. His Department of Homeland Security has taken a zero-tolerance approach to undocumented immigrants, with some being deported to maximum security prisons in El Salvador. U.S. media are also reporting the president is also considering deportations to African countries. Agents of the Immigration Enforcement Agency, ICE, have been observed arresting people in the streets, on trains, in churches, and schools. Lee is encouraging undocumented immigrants to limit their movements.
Just stay put. I know some people, you have to go to work, you have to still make money, but if you limit the extracurricular activities, that is what I would do if I were you, and just try to stay in, cut down on the party, or whatever else you have to do. Anything that's extra. Go to work, but you have to go to work and come home.
She's also encouraging undocumented Jamaicans not to open their doors to ICE agents.
If you're in your home and like an ICE officer goes out, I see they're doing it in California, they're protecting, people are protecting the immigrants, but you at home, if an ICE officer comes and what you should do, if you have an attorney, call that attorney. If my client calls me right now and said, listen, Miss Lee, somebody's at my door, I'm going to jump in my car right now and I'm going to go ahead and talk to that officer. I'm going to try and see how fast I could get to that house. I tell my client to stay in until I get there.
Foreign Affairs Minister Senator Kamina Johnson-Smith has confirmed the government is expecting 2,500 Jamaicans to be deported from the United States. These deportations are expected over what the minister describes as a period of time. Mahiri Stewart for Nationwide News.
Dr. Leslie, so weird. She encouraging them to commit a crime or to perpetrate a crime. I don't think that's what she's doing,
Well, they violated the terms of engagement, not so. So she telling them, hide. I mean, listen, I don't agree with how any of this is going down. To be quite honest, it's disgusting because they are targeting children who have nothing to do with any of this. Let's just get that out of the way. But she literally telling them to hide, and I mean, no, I don't think so. Two rights can make a wrong. I mean, two wrongs can make a right.
So what would you propose? No, seriously, what would you tell folks then? Because here Cupcake has put a comment. Thank you for your comment, Cupcake people. Legal representation costs a minimum of $10,000, and many lawyers manipulate the situation, so they can't reach out to an attorney. What do we tell them?
Most of the people who fall into this category do not have that capital exposure to retain an attorney. The pro bono attorneys are up to their neck with cases because the majority of folks who come to the US are coming, not leaving great situations. They're coming to create better situations, not so? Mm-hmm. So they're not going to have disposable cash. And with all that's going on, where the current admin is creating an economic downfall, it's harder for people. So it's a hard thing to say, but if you know that you violated your visa terms, you self-deport. If you cannot afford an attorney, you self-deport.
And what if the situation that they would self-deport to is not conducive, is not,
Okay,
if they
I'm
have
gonna look at
nowhere
it.
to go, if they don't have nowhere to go, literally, what do they do?
The question then becomes, why is that my issue then? If I'm America, why is that my issue that you have nowhere to go? You came here under a premise. You violated that premise. Now, why is it my problem to solve that your situation is not whatever? There was a way to have done this, right? There was a right way to have gone about this, and you chose not to do it the right way. So now the consequences of going about it the way that you did are upon us. Why is that my problem?
Give me your poor, your disenfranchised.
That's
your broken.
wonderful. That's wonderful. We use that and we misappropriate that altogether. You know that. We misappropriate that altogether. I can understand if there is persecution in a country that you are a refugee. We are talking about people who had visas. So they had the means to buy a ticket to get a visa and come to the US. It's not a situation where their lives they did not come as refugees. That's different. That is an altogether different situation. So
But
I'm not.
But we're not filtering through. We're just mass gathering. There's no filtering process. And then also, Dr. Leslie, you have folks, yes, they came here the wrong way, right? They overstayed, they realized, you know what, I'm going to try to make a life here. Some of them are actually going through the process. They are righting the wrong, but they're still being rounded up. Is that fair to them? Where they are on a payment plan. Some of them have paid out money to their lawyers. They're going through the process. They show up at every meeting or scheduling hearing that is to take place, and they're being intercepted at court. Is that fair to them? I don't think so. If they are here and they say, you know something, they've not got in trouble, they are trying to become legal citizens, they're going through the process, I don't think they're working. Sending them home is not the right answer. I don't think it's the right answer.
Yeah, I don't think I'm being insensitive, Tasha, because if it was turned and it was this, we were just talking about Jamaica, weren't we? About the immigrants coming to Jamaica, Cubans and whatnot. We were just having this conversation. So when the tables are turned, we want to say that it's insensitive. It's not insensitive. It's fact. So now you can apply empathy. You can because each case is going to be different.
But then my thing is, I think it needs to be case by case. I think it needs to be case by case. You can't just do a mass roundup and getting rid of people en masse. I think that is inhumane. Look at them case by case. I think that's
you can do that. But what I am saying is, I'm looking at it from the U.S. from a strictly law perspective. If you violated the terms of, and that would include Elon too, right? If you violated the terms of your visa, I am not obligated to extend grace to you.
So let me ask you a question, Dr. Leslie. Why then have a system in place that will allow people to right the wrongs? The system was introduced because they recognized that we have a huge undocumented population, right? So they're fully aware, not just today, this has been in place forever. DHS has had that in place forever. They created a system so that people can become formalized, right? And now you're taking that system away from them and calling them criminals and saying, we can't, no, come on. What are we doing?
No. I think that if the judges really should decide, there's a reason that those cases are before the judge. I think the judges should decide. If the judge decides that you have to go back, we cannot say that now the judge is being unfair. If a judge rules that because of your overstay that I am denying whatever. I'm denying you to stay in the US. Are we going to be okay with that? Because that's the system in place, right?
Let the judge
The
decide, but
system
that's
in
not
place
happening
is that
now.
that the law will decide, but ICE also has that authority. So we then now are going to pick and choose what we want to apply.
But I just say pick and choose though. ICE is pick and choosing who they want to send back. Is that fair? No. Yeah, here it is.
But if I'm in my house, I'm just, this is for the sake of discourse, right? I'm in my house. I can pick and choose who I want to come and who I want to go, who could stay and who, you know what I'm saying? It's my house. And you may not like it. Nobody outside will like what I am doing in my house. But guess what? It's my house.
So Jalet said,
now,
if
my house was owned, if my house was owned by a whole bunch of people, and it's like, you know, it's a community house, and I have to go by the rules of engagement, which would be the Constitution, right? I have to go by the rules of engagement. So what does the Constitution actually say about that? Because everybody talking about, well, the Constitution said this is. Have you read it? What does the Constitution say about that?
I just find it a little hypocritical on the part of America, where people came here and they were reminded by the Chancellor of Germany that they too are immigrants, yet they're going to turn around, and their grandparents too came here illegally, but they're going to turn around and act as though, oh, you need to no, it's very hypocritical. Very hypocritical. And you're going to turn away hardworking people, but you're willing to bring a flight full of people from another country and one of them come. They're so perfect, right? So perfect. But them come here and alive their wife. They were given a fast track. And people who are here working, contributing almost $100 billion a year are told, go home, a criminal, get you out of here. Come on, man, let's use case by case. And case by case can be done. You know what the part of the problem is? And this is where I'll lay some of the blame at the feet of the immigration courts and the judges and the system in place. They drag some of these cases out, drag them. For years, people have to be going to court, or there's a rescheduling for years. I think the whole thing from beginning to end is a mess, a complete mess.
I wouldn't argue that. I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you.
A complete mess. And I have said this before, that the immigration thing will never be really fixed in this country. Mark my word. Because if you fix it, what do you campaign on? Money is being made off of the broken immigration system.
Just to respond to Cupcake Peter, due process under the Constitution applies to non-citizens as well, right? So it does.
Yeah.
Due process does apply to non-citizens as well.
Facts. Facts.
So I must type there.
Exactly, Azzy. Why should somebody have to wait 5 to 10 years to know their fate? They show up. They're not in trouble. They stay out of trouble. They work hard. And let us be real. The reason we can afford, or used to be able to afford, our groceries is because of the undocumented community. That is why you could pay probably $2 for a package of strawberries. Get rid of them. And tell me if you're willing to pay $10, knowing that your salary now bump up. Are you willing to pay $10 for a package of strawberries? The reason you can get a house for $250,000 is because of the undocumented community. Are you ready now to pay $750,000 for that same house that you could have got for $250,000? Are you ready to quit your job and go home and take care of your elderly? Are you ready to do that? There
I'll
is a
just say
humane.
this. I could,
There's a better way to handle everything. Sorry, go right ahead.
yeah, there is a better way. There is a more humane way to handle things. There is a problem at the border. We do know that. We do have to address that. I think the way that they're going about it right now is just a matter of meeting numbers because there was a promise made. And so now we just have to meet our numbers. So let's just indiscriminately just round everyone. And, you're not supposed to be collecting and putting people in vehicles that were made for animals, basically gathering animals off the street, which is what is being done. And that's, I think, inhumane. I do think it reflects a lot the heart of the nation, how we treat the least among us and how we treat those who we think can't give anything to us. We have a problem. And I don't think that this necessarily is how it's solved, especially when you look at farms and et cetera, because Americans have benefited from the labor of immigrants. I'm an immigrant. Right, doggone it. I'm legal, but I'm an immigrant. So how do we solve the problem where it's mutually beneficial for all of us? For the ones who are coming from Mexico, let's for example, because not all immigrants are Mexican, but for the ones who are coming from Latin America, who are working on the farms that Americans don't want to work on, producing and helping with the food, sourcing, farming, all of that Americans don't want to do, right? And for the Americans who are consuming those goods, right? Who don't want to pay higher prices, right? How can we make it mutually beneficial? So, I mean, I could see, there is a problem. And I just think we need to admit and acknowledge that there is a problem. The way that it's being fixed is not necessarily the most effective way. It's not effective, actually, when you think about it. It's not the most effective way. But then you have to let the system of law take place, and they're really not allowing it to.
They're not.
They're being very illegal, but what's new?
They're not. And I think that is a problem people are having. Let us do it the right way. Handle it the right way. Handle it the right way. Where is this thing? Oh my gosh, I just had it up a while ago. No, I don't know what I did. Oh, here it is.
Y'all, it is a trip. As someone born and raised in Miami, Florida, Honduran American, my family came to Miami from Honduras in the 1980s, in case anybody wants to say I'm not from here, to see all of these Miami MAGA Latinos, Cubans for Trump, Venezuelans for Trump, Nicaraguans for Trump, all now come out and say, it's so terrible what they're doing to people in our community, snatching people up in immigration court to deport them, to do all these horrible things. This isn't us. We need to be standing together. Y'all voted for this. You guys wanted this. Do I need to remind you Donald Trump won Miami-Dade County with 55.4% of the vote? Here in Miami, the only reason anyone cares now and that people are calling for solidarity and for all of this to end, even though they voted for Donald Trump, is because it's now affecting Cubans and Venezuelans. It's as simple as that. If Trump's policies with immigration right now were not affecting Cubans and Venezuelans, there would be no uproar in the city. Nobody would care. Because as long as Central Americans like my people, Mexicans, Haitians, other people from the Caribbean, from all over the world, we're getting deported, oh, that's fine, yeah. Get those illegals out. MAGA, 2024, Cubans for Trump, Venezuelans for Trump. But now that it's affecting them, that Trump went to the Supreme Court to take away humanitarian parole from Cubans, that he did the same to take away TPS from Venezuelans, oh, now they care. Now there's calls for solidarity. We need to support each other, blah, 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 blah. Now is when we're seeing people like State Senator Ileana Garcia, a Republican here in Florida, who was also the co-founder of Latinas for Trump, come out and say, oh, this is sick. This is inhumane. Donald Trump, I've always supported you through thick and thin, but this is terrible. How can you be scooping people up in immigration court that are there for their asylum dates, for their court cases, for their immigration hearings, blah, blah, blah. Now it's inhumane. Now it's sick. Now these people care. And a lot of people outside Miami always ask themselves, why are these Hispanic communities in particular like that? Very simple. It's called favorable immigration policies that make them feel like they're not Hispanic. They're white. They're American. Starting with Cubans, the Cuban Adjustment Act, given to them by a Democrat president, wet foot, dry foot.
Whoops, sorry. Whoops, I made a mistake, folks. Press the wrong key. Yeah, touch.
Y'all, it is a
touch,
trip
and touch.
that's affecting them that Trump went to the Supreme Court to take away humanitarian parole from Cubans, that he did the same to take away TPS from Venezuelans. Oh, now they care. Now there's calls for solidarity. We need to support each other, blah, 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 blah. Now is when we're seeing people like State Senator Ileana Garcia, a Republican here in Florida, who was also the co-founder of Latinas for Trump, come out and say, oh, this is sick. This is inhumane. Donald Trump, I've always supported you through thick and thin, but this is terrible. How can you be scooping people up in immigration court that are there for their asylum dates, for their court cases, for their immigration hearings, blah, blah, blah. Now it's inhumane. Now it's sick. Now these people care. And a lot of people outside Miami always ask themselves, why are these Hispanic communities in particular like that? Very simple. It's called favorable immigration policies that make them feel like they're not Hispanic. They're white. They're American. Starting with Cubans, the Cuban Adjustment Act, given to them by a Democrat president. Wet foot, dry foot, the same thing. Humanitarian parole, Biden as well. All these things. Venezuelans the same. TPS, humanitarian parole, given to them by Biden. So because they've historically had these fast tracks to obtain legal status in this country, they think they're better than, especially better than other Latinos, Central Americans, Mexicans, people from the Caribbean, from Asia, from all over. And unfortunately, this is what I call karma. This is karma for making the decision to fervently support a racist white supremacist for president. These are the consequences. Don't be, oh, lamentándote ahora. No, it's too late for that now. Y'all.
That's Kike on TikTok. Yeah, down here, Ileana Garcia, she said, oh, this is not what we voted for. I support you, Donald, but this is not it. This is not what we agreed on. You said the criminals. And now you're not doing what you said. You're not doing what you promised. Yes, Ozzy. It's so funny. When I opened up TikTok, I saw that headline, and I was wondering if I was seeing doubles with regard to the elections. But we already knew that. What we don't know. Granted, if we remember, the Simpsons had made what you call that thing again? What's the word? Yeah. When you look into the future, what's that word? They made a oh geez, can't help me out. Prediction. Thank you, Jack. Prediction. They made a prediction that she will get it. They made a prediction that the truth will come out. We already knew the truth. We knew. She knows. No surprises here. I mean,
she knew the truth too, but like he said, when you get where you
why do you keep going out?
Come from, and you want to assimilate.
Okay, we're losing you, Ja. We're losing.
I said she knew the truth. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Try again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I said she knew the truth, right? But when you pretend to be something that you're not, and when you forget where you come from, your thought process gets skewed. If she remembered where she came from, how some of her people, I'm not sure if it's
hold
her.
on. If who you talking? If she
the lady, the Latina, the one
that
said
Ileana. Oh, okay.
Yes. If she remembered where she came from and where certain Latin American communities came from and not come here and want to assimilate and pretend that they some other color, she wouldn't have been hoodwinked. I'm going to use my man's word, hoodwink. How y'all Jamaican say hoodwink?
Hoodwink, you know. Oh, by the way, somebody tell me if this is true. Uncle Donald is furious that his red Tesla has gone missing. Apparently, the latest report states that the vehicle drove itself back to the dealership at the request.
Hilarious.
No, but I'm not sure. Somebody do the research there for make we can't pass. Them say breaking news: Donald Trump is furious as his red Tesla has gone missing. The latest report states that the vehicle drove itself back to the dealership at the request of Elon Musk. Listen, every day is something new in this country, you know. And one thing they have been consistent with is making us laugh. We're probably entertained. So, according to the economictimes.com, Kamala Harris won the US elections. Bombshell report claims voting machines were tampered with before 2024. Well, how many times did Uncle D say that if it weren't for Elon, they would not have won the election? If the election wasn't rigged, they would not have won the election. I mean, we already knew this, boo. Tell the people who apparently weren't thinking. So, hold on a second. Let me pull it up over here. So, oh, Jesus. I love. Okay, so let me read it here. The Economic Times Kamala Harris won the U.S. election. Kamala Harris won the U.S. elections. Bombshell report claims voting machines were tampered with before 2024. A new report is stirring fresh debate about the outcome of the 2024 U.S. presidential election, claiming that voting machines were secretly altered before ballots were even cast. The bombshell allegation raises a serious question. Did Kamala Harris actually win the 2024 election? Mhm. Yes, Jalet, and he said, we don't need your votes. Yep. What is? Be careful, what? Hold on, let me even say. Where is it? Be careful, true. Shut up. Don't. Oh, really? Yes, we have to be so careful. Thankfully, we're reading from the economictimes.com. So allegedly, and they did say allegedly. Thankfully. But yeah, listen, we know what we know, and we know what we know. Certain things, you know, we don't need certain things we don't need people for tell. We don't know already. So CNN is reporting. Go ahead, Dr. Leslie. Hold on.
I was just going to say, for the person in the chat who keeps saying that.
Hold on, I have a violation.
There's a violation because Cupcake Paper probably reported you.
I have a violation. So whoever reported me, thank you.
It's Cupcake Paper because they're stating, and I did list the Constitution.
Let me tell you, anybody who wants to report me, report me, because guess what? At the end of the day, TikTok don't pay my bills. I will still.
Constitutional article. If you want to go, reading is fundamental. Go read the constitutional article that I put in the chat.
So Uma says it's TikTok doing it. Listen, TikTok.
It's Article 1, Section 8,
Lord
Clause 8 that says.
And you keep going in and out. So Tim Walls says here.
Me?
No, I'm not hearing nothing. I say you're in and out, in and out, in and out. But Uma says it's TikTok that is flagging doing the I guess them AI is busy. Here we go again. I get it again. Your live is flagged for civic and election integrity. Repeated violations could result in your live being discontinued. I'm going to OnlyFans, people. No, seriously, I am going to OnlyFans. OF. You can't say the whole word. So I will be going to OF. It's not only known for one thing. Go ahead, Ja. Ja.
They didn't like the story from the Economic Times. I guess they didn't like the story from Economic Times.
Uma said I tried to warn you. Change the subject because WTH. I'll be going to OF. Where's a towing coffee? Cindy. So here's the hypocrisy in the whole of this, though. You talk about it, they have a problem. But all the things, all the content is there on the very platform you're using. So I don't understand. I need them to explain that to me. How is it that content is on the platform, but you can't talk about the content? Why aren't they taking down the content then? That is posted by media outlets. Explain that to me.
Then you need to put that in your appeal.
I'm not appealing a damn thing, Jack. I'm not appealing nothing. I'm not appealing it. The content is there. It's say we were talking about the little picnic and they flagged me for whatever. But yet, it's there. We're talking about what is there. Make that make sense to me, TikTok, please and thank you. Make that make sense. So if you're going to flag somebody and give them a violation for talking about something that is on your platform, you're hypocritical. I have a page already, Jalette. I have another page already. What my page name again? Hold on there. Let me tell you. Another page. What my backup page there, people?
MM Media.
MWS. Hold on. No, I don't even know my backup page to write it. Right? Then take off the people that want up on the platform engaging. Okay, it is MWM Media Productions. You can go, yeah, that's the backup. MWM Media Productions. It's quite all right, yeah. Well, Uma said I tried to warn you. Cupcake says they are flagging people for selling stuff too. Yes. What for the selling, they want you to go through the TikTok shop. If they feel you're selling something and them detect it, because they need allegedly need to get a cut of a piece of the pie. What you apologizing for, Ozzy? We're talking about current events. We are talking about current events. So I wouldn't apologize. I saw it go. I saw it go. So see it again. It is all over TikTok. I'm scrolling through and I'm seeing a lot of things referring to what we're talking about, but yet the content isn't taken down. Watch ya again. I guess I can't read it. Watch ya. Whoop, watch ya again. So why can't we talk about it on a live, but people are allowed to post it? Oh, no. We're from it. It is costing that much? Wow. Yes, Jalet, I have heard that. I have heard. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Them are come out strong. And not only are they going after, but there's it whole, they push something down. Yeah. You're not getting the reach unless you're doing careless things. You have to be cussing people out and you're okay. Make that booty clap. You're okay. It's foolishness and you're fine. Lord of mercy. Even the comments.
Just a waste of taxpayers' dollars. Just a waste. Just a waste. I'm looking at these tankers driving through DC, messing up the road. We don't have money, but this is what we're spending money on. Make it make sense to me. This person is so enamored with the semblance of power that it becomes irrational. They never cared about the American people, because you would not have homeless veterans on the street and take the money that you can house veterans, feed veterans, people who gave their life and their mental health for the United States. You would not take that money and waste it like that just to stroke your dumb ego. Man, get out of here.
Watch out. Other people having lives talking about it. They're fine. Okay. All right. I'm going to go die and I'll be back. I'm going to go get a costume and put it on. Oh, next. St. Kitts police have issued a warning to residents. Article courtesy of lootnews.com. The Royal St. Christopher and Nevis Police Force is warning residents about online purchase scams after another individual fell victim to a fraudulent vehicle sale that was advertised on Facebook. According to police, a black Honda CRV was advertised for sale on June 1 by a Facebook user identifying himself as Akeem Harris for 17,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars. An interested buyer made a down payment of 4,000 ECD via mobile banking and was promised delivery of the vehicle that same day. When the vehicle was not delivered as promised, the seller claimed he had missed the boat and subsequently requested an additional 6,000 ECD for ownership transfer fees. No. You deserve to get caged. Number one. You hear how much for the car? 17,000. And me I go send money come give you. No, me I come pick up my car. Me will come pick up my car. When me pick up my car, you get your money. Me I go wait for you for put it on a boat and send come give me. And then you're going to tell me that it missed the boat. I have to reach out to you. You're going to tell me that it missed the boat. And you need an extra 6,000 from me. And me really take up the extra 6,000 Sam can give you for the ownership transfer fees. Then me I the idiot. I deserve to be taken advantage of. I deserve it. Because I lacked common sense. Not even 1,000. You know that you would put into escrow like when you're purchasing a home? Not even 1,000. You want me send you all a $4,000 and then me take up another 6,000. Me deserve to get scammed. Me deserve it. Common sense, people. There are certain transactions that you better make the sacrifice and go present yourself in person. The car probably don't even exist. But they make a 10,000 off for you. You're lucky, and I send them the full 17. That sound fishy like yellowtail but never been cleaned. A Jamaican doctor, Simone Badal, has been honored with SABGA Award for pioneering cancer research. You can't talk about this too. Because when you talk about certain medical things, now they want to shut you down for that to say you spread misinformation. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, Jamaican scientist and cancer researcher Dr. Simone Badal has been named this year's Science and Technology Laureate at the prestigious Anthony N. Sabga Caribbean Awards for Excellence, and that was held on Saturday at the Hyatt Regency in Trinidad. The recognition cements her place among the Caribbean's most outstanding minds and marks a major milestone in the region's push for more inclusive, targeted cancer treatments. Dr. Badal, a senior lecturer in the Department of Basic Medical Sciences at the University of the West Indies, Mono, was honored for her groundbreaking work in developing Caribbean-specific cancer cell lines. Her pioneering research led to the creation of ACRJ PC28, the first prostate cancer cell line derived from a Caribbean man, addressing the long-standing gap in global cancer research, where models have historically centered on Caucasian populations. Good job, girl. Yeah. One thing I want to encourage Caribbean men, please, get rid of this, what do you call it, stigma, this mindset wanna have. Prostate cancer affects far too many of you. Far too many of you can be caught early. Start simple. Go get your blood work done. Go get your PSA reading done. Early detection is key, folks. Early detection. Some of you just need to change in a lifestyle a little bit. What you eat, what you drink. Ideas from in the 30s. You would think it's in the 40s, right, Jalet? No, age is just a number. It is just a number. Get your checkups, gentlemen. Please. Right? Please. Maybe gonna do. Okay. All right, next up. According to Caribbean National Weekly, oh, this is coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow, Caribbean honeymoon resorts worth falling in love with. We're going to be talking about those tomorrow from St. Lucia, Jamaica, Dominica, Antigua, Anguilla. We'll talk about those tomorrow in our Caribbean Corner. All right, and that is it. Mirax told me to take up almost 4 hours to talk about the stories of the Caribbean Corner. Come on, Moments. You got to do better. What's to do better? Or what else we have coming up for you? On the international scene, UN Ocean Conference opens in France as US government scientists stay away. Let me play the article before then come talk about say, let me play the article for TikTok. Wow, one of the earliest. Jalet says, I had a friend that got it in his 30s. One of the earliest ones they found. Well, thankfully, we're able to detect it and implement the necessary changes, have that intervention that is so needed. All right, folks, let's take a listen to this one from NPR.
Then I want to say something else.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Go right ahead. Go right ahead, Dr.
I just wanted to add that typically, if there's, I don't give blanket recommendations like that, right? One of the most important things is for men to have a relationship with their primary care doctor. Number one, family history is important. If there's a family history of prostate cancer, then your doctor may check things at an earlier age, but it is not generally recommended to do a PSA before the age of 50. With Black men, I tend to go earlier, like 45 or so. If there's a family history, that number might change, but we're not checking PSAs on everyone because PSA can be elevated for any number of reasons, including prostatitis, any kind of infection inflammation. It's not just a prostate cancer thing. Enlarged prostate as well can cause an elevated PSA. The other thing is if you go to these health fairs, make sure and follow up those results with your physician, your primary care doctor, because there are people who are going to these health fairs, they're getting tests done. There's really no follow-up to that. And just recently, someone had an abnormal test years back, and there was no follow-up. Now they've got a potential diagnosis of prostate cancer, but they had elevations in their PSA, and they had risk factors for prostate cancer, including HIV. If you have HIV, you have an increased risk of developing prostate cancer. So these things are important. know your family history. People don't like to talk in the Caribbean, huh? We don't like to talk about we business. That's we business. You know, but if you have prostate cancer, your sons and daughters need to know this. Okay?
Yes.
So that's it.
It's important. Family history indeed is important, Dr. Leslie. Yes, Jalette. She also put, yes, family history is important. Absolutely. And you said something, you have to have a relationship with your health care provider. Okay. All right. Your barber is not your doctor. Because I know a lot of men like to have the conversations in the barber shop. They're not your doctor. And the other customers in the barber shop, them cannot. They're not qualified to diagnose you. All right? Okay. UN Ocean Conference opens in France as U.S. government scientists stay away. Let's take a listen. NPR.
Are gathering in Nice, France to take on what is being described as an emergency facing the world's seas. NPR's Eleanor Beardsley tells us what's at stake at the third United Nations Ocean Summit.
Science and research boats, including a 3-mast tall ship from Norway, have arrived in the port of Nice. More than 3,000 scientists from around the world came early to hammer out recommendations for the policymakers.
We just don't comprehend as humans the impact that we're having every day.
Jeff Ardron is Africa Oceans Director with the Nature Conservancy. He says there's a real sense of urgency now.
It's become so huge. So there's a very quickly growing recognition and acceptance that the ocean issues are important. They do need our attention.
The problems are myriad: rising seas, pollution, especially plastics, overfishing, and the destruction of biodiversity and marine environments, to name a few. Former Secretary of State John Kerry, who served as special climate envoy in the Biden administration, opened the scientific conference.
Never has your knowledge and your expertise been more needed and more relevant than today, and never have we known a time where the life work of scientists is so openly scorned by those who claim to lead.
Glaringly absent are U.S. scientific agencies like NASA and NOAA, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. Their scientists weren't allowed to attend the summit, according to organizers and scientists here. Lisa Levin is a professor at Scripps Institution of Oceanography at UC San Diego.
They're really missed. NOAA especially has long-term observations that are being threatened, that the entire scientific community around the world depends on.
François Houllier is the CEO of IFREMER, the French Marine Science Institute that brought these scientists together.
There is only one global ocean. Everything is connected. So for that reason, international cooperation is really something critical.
He gives an example: the 4,000 floats that record ocean temperatures at all depths. Their data, relayed by satellite, is crucial to climate and weather predictions and understanding. The U.S. manages about half those floats.
And so what will happen in the coming years in the U.S. is very important. Will the U.S. be able to continue to contribute to this international and global program, or will they stop?
Over the weekend, a local band welcomed 450 mayors from coastal towns where millions are or will be threatened by rising seas. They hailed from Pacific Islands and Norwegian fjord towns. The mayor of New Orleans was there. Latoya Cantrell says her city is on the front line of climate change.
Coming together at events like this, it helps you push for stronger collaboration and partnerships that we need to even demonstrate to the people of the United States that this is real.
Scientists say the world must act now to save its oceans, which cover more than 70% of the planet and are integral to its survival. Eleanor Beardsley, NPR News, Nice.
And per the article, the United States provides about half the floats and their data uploaded to satellites stored in 2 servers, one in France and one in the US. The Trump administration has announced cuts to funding at NOAA, which threatens US participation in the program. Yes, US, I saw you go. It's not important. Yeah, we don't need to know what's going on out there. You know, we just wing it. We don't care. It's better when we don't know. What's going on? Nothing will happen. Isn't that how we're supposed to look at things? Wasn't that the recommendation for something some years ago? Stop testing and you won't find it. If you test, you're gonna find it. India. India and its children are out to conquer the world of chess.
The city of Chennai has produced some of the world's most formidable chess players. Reporter Omkar Khandekar traveled there to learn more.
It's a standing ovation for a new chess prodigy. 26-year-old Arvind Chidambaram crowned as the winner at Chennai Grandmasters tournament last year. Fans rushed to the door to catch him. They want selfies and autographs. The tournament organizers form a human chain so players can leave without being mobbed. Chess isn't just popular in India, many here are good at it. 6 Indians rank among the world's top 25. And at the World Chess Championship last December,
Who takes Bishop D5? Takes a Bishop 5! And Gukesh will be the world champion.
Indian national Gukesh Dommaraju became the youngest ever world champion at age 18. This is a remarkable shift for the chess world. After decades of Russian and European dominance, the spotlight is on India. And within India, one city is chess ground zero, Chennai, hometown of 2 world champions, and a place that chess trainer V. Sarvanan calls the factory of Indian chess.
Chess in Chennai is grown by a proper system of teaching from the grassroots.
Sarvanan says people in Chennai take chess very seriously. Some schools grant promising players holidays to train and travel. Local businesses pay their expenses. But perhaps the city's greatest asset is parents. Typically, Indian parents don't encourage their kids to pursue sports professionally. Chess is different. Sarvanan again.
In India, we have this basic belief among parents that our way to happiness and prosperity is through academics. Chess, in some respects, resembles academics.
So, in recent years, chess clubs have mushroomed across the city. One of those chess clubs is run by Vishnu Prasanna. He says the success of some of his students, like the current world champion Gukesh Dommaraju, has turbocharged enrollments.
We had a 3.5-year-old kid who was walking in yesterday to train with us, and parents are also viewing it, right? So they would love if the kid is playing chess.
Some of them really want their kids to play chess. One father, Suresh Dasrathan, shared his 6-year-old son's daily routine. Wake up at 7, an hour of chess practice, then school, then an hour of chess coaching at the club.
What is it? There are certain things that the Indians are good at. Chess, spelling bee, tech. You always wanted to learn chess. Me too, but me not have the head feet, Jam. May I tell you the truth? I get bored real quick with chess. Not gonna lie. My 2 younger sons tried teaching me, and I was like, not for me. No. I don't have the patience for that. Chess champion in Trinidad. Awesome. Yeah, I admire those who have the patience for it. I really do. Yeah. So kudos to them. But I've noticed that they are 12 p.m. You mean, okay. I'll talk to you afterwards, John. I'll text you afterwards. India has 1.5 billion people. They have the numbers for everything. Yeah. But they're big in tech. When you talk about the world of IT, that is them. You know, really, I applaud that. But you know what it is, though? For them and the Chinese, I have to lift my hat off to them and give them much respect. They start their children at a very early age. They keep them engaged.
Yeah, 'cause the article said that a 3-year-old came in, and I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah, you start them from early.
Yeah, it's what they focus on. It's not that they're necessarily better at it. It's just what the focus is. It's just like tennis, when you get kids into tennis early, they say 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old, they get it's muscle memory, learning to swing and finish your swing, follow through on your swing. And they dedicate their lives to this. So it's all of that. And by virtue of that effort, you will become better and you will excel. And so there's exposure, right? So then the kids around you now are like, oh, okay, he's getting all this for doing this. I want to learn this. And so it becomes a contagion kind of thing. So that's what I think, it is. My nephew he's a freaking genius. Like, I'm like, dude, try to teach me how to play chess. But I wasn't exposed to chess at a very young age, but his parents exposed him to chess at a young age. And every Saturday they're at tournaments with him, both of them, my sister and her husband. And his brother. They all go as a family and support him. So it's really what you dedicate yourself to.
Absolutely. That is true. Ozzy said, only here at school to be a dunce in school. Yeah, we promote. I mean, we see what's happening. We're stripping away. We're making it harder. We're saying we don't care about education, literally, is what's going on here. So we're pedaling backwards. You can't even have conversation about social events. That's how people learn and grow. Their minds grow. Can't even do that here. Oh my gosh. They need doorbells, I guess. A seized Gaza aid boat, Madeleine, carrying Greta Thunberg, taken to Israeli port. Article courtesy of Al Jazeera. A Gaza-bound aid boat illegally seized in international waters by Israeli forces has been towed into Ashdod port, with the dozen international activists who were on board now facing detention and deportation. The Freedom Flotilla Coalition, FFC, which launched the ship to draw international attention to the looming famine in besieged Gaza, said it was captured at about 4:02 a.m. on Monday, about 120 miles from Gaza. Wow. Arriving at Ashdod as night fell. Hold on 1 second. What is this pop up here? Hold on. 1 second, folks. What is this? Breaking news. Donald Trump says anyone who protests his military parade will be met with very big force. That just came up. Okay.
Surprise.
Surprise, surprise. Whatever. When is it, by the way? When is it? Anybody going?
June 14th,
When
Saturday.
is that? This Saturday? I come?
Saturday.
Messing up my whole
on his
tennis
birthday.
thing.
On his birthday, June 14th.
Okay, Saturday I'll be out and about. I'll be busy. Yeah, I'll be busy. I'll be busy. I think everybody in Washington should show up, show support. Wave, smile,
Wave a finger.
wave,
Wave a finger.
queen wave, ray, double tap, wave, and smile.
Wave the 1, 2, 3 digit, the third digit.
Wave, come out and smile, dress in your favorite colors. Yeah, come on, let's show support. I mean, it's your money being spent. You might as well go to the party and enjoy it. Ciao. Ciao. Don't ask, John. Don't ask. Don't ask at all. Yes. So next up, Russia plans to boost economic and military ties in Africa. This article, courtesy of Al Jazeera. Russia is working to enhance its economic and military ties in Africa, Moscow has outlined. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov declared on Monday that Russia's presence in Africa is growing The move is part of an ongoing bid by Moscow to step into a geopolitical vacuum in West Africa as Western powers retreat amid a series of military coups in the region. We really intend to comprehensively develop our interaction with African countries, focusing primarily on economic and investment interaction, Peskov told reporters. Russia's growing security role in parts of Africa, including in countries such as Mali, Central African Republic, Equatorial Guinea, is viewed with concern by the West and has come at the expense of former colonial power France, whose forces have departed or have been expelled from several West African countries over recent years and the United States. So, my question is this: one run out and another one going run in. Can we expect better going in this direction? Establishing a relationship or a deeper relationship with Russia? Is their tactic going to have the same outcome but just done in a different way?
I would say yes if Africa sets the tone this time. Don't allow them to decide the terms.
Okay. All right. Allow them to lead. After all, it's their country, their resources. They must know what they want for their people, and it is a hope of mine that they will do what's right by their people. They will do right by their people. All right. Out of North America, Florida's Attorney General sends letter to Broward Sheriff regarding immigration enforcement. This one comes to us courtesy of WSBN. Hold on a second. Let me skip through this 3, 2, 1, and skip.
Budget workshop here with Broward County.
Also this noon, the Broward Sheriff is clarifying controversial comments he made regarding Florida's partnership with immigration officials. 7's Alex Browning is live near Fort Lauderdale with those details. Alex?
And the sheriff, Alex, made those comments last week at a budget workshop here with Broward County commissioners, and it's prompted a threat from Tallahassee.
The patch on our sleeve says Broward County. We're not ICE. We're not immigration. I don't work for the Department of Justice. I don't work for the President of the United States.
That's what Broward County Sheriff Gregory Toney told county commissioners during a budget workshop last week.
I don't care what country you're from. If you commit a crime in this country or commit a crime in this county, I'm coming for you. But what I refuse to do is take this notion that we need to be knocking on doors or arresting children or going into daycare centers or restaurants and taking and snatching people off these streets.
He was responding to a question about the Trump administration's focus on immigration raids and how local law enforcement would enforce federal laws.
Recent comments by the Broward County Sheriff.
Those words get a pointed response from Florida's Attorney General.
The choice is simple, and participation is not optional. State, county, and local officials can support and defend the United States and Florida constitutions and the laws therein, or we will find someone who will.
AG James Upmeyer originally sent a 2-page letter using exact quotes from that June 3rd meeting.
We have other priorities in this community that I'm focused on, and immigration is not one of them. Not to dismiss the importance of that, but when it comes to some of the things that other sheriffs in this state has participated in and increasing availability of manpower to execute some of these responsibilities that fall under immigrations, we are not.
Late Monday afternoon, a clarification from the sheriff's office in a letter reading in part, "Let me reassure you that as sheriff of Broward County, I fully appreciate and understand my responsibilities under Florida law as they pertain to immigration enforcement. And as a law enforcement agency, BSO will continue to comply with Florida law regarding immigration enforcement as provided in Chapter 908 of the Florida statutes."
And that statute requires local authorities to comply with ICE detainers as well as establish agreements with the Department of Homeland Security. We're near Fort Lauderdale. Alex Browning, 7 News.
There's always something LC. Your
Oh boy. So if you stand up or if you are in opposition, now you're in the way and you're being threatened because you're opting to do your job and not the job of someone else. DeSantis has also floated the idea of suspending government officials who fail to comply with the law regarding immigration enforcement. I wonder how, if you understand the makeup of South Florida, what you know about that, Ozzy? So South Florida, I want to say, let me not jump the gun. Where's my Google? Um, because bear me 1 second. I want to make sure say me not talk foolishness. South Florida. Approximately 2.5 million make up the majority of the population, and that's Hispanic. Yeah, so that thought. So South Florida is predominantly an immigrant community. What's the right way to say this? Immigrants. Mhm. We're all immigrants unless we are indigenous, right? We're all immigrants, but I think y'all know what I mean. Just humor me for a second. So it's Cubans, Haitians, uh, Venezuelans, Colombians, a lot of Caribbean folk, and pockets from various parts of Latin America, but predominantly Caribbean, Cuban, Haitian, Venezuelan, Colombian, predominant. Um, so pretty much the officers would be turning on their families. Am I making sense? That's what would be happening technically. They're turning on their families.
Yes.
Their friends and their families. Because I'm sure at least 8 of them, 8 out of every 10, they either have a family member or know somebody. Yeah. Can't speak for any other city, but South Florida, to include Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, 1.1 million Cubans, 1.5 comprising of South America, Central America, Puerto Rico, Mexico, and Dominican Republic. You're turning people against their own family members. That's what's happening if we're not careful. Mhm. That is what's happening. So I understand where he's coming from. If you are a troublemaker, we'll deal with you. But if you're not a troublemaker, do what you need to do and get yourself sorted out. That's his stance. I get it. In other words, bigger fish to fry. Let us not consume ourselves with things that I don't know. Over there in California, the governor plans to file a lawsuit against Trump over National Guard deployment to protests. Let's take a listen to. Do we have this one courtesy of WSBN as well as the Associated Press? I just need to have this ad run so I can skip past it. Bear with me one moment, folks. Okay, here we go.
At 10. Now, at 10, another day of demonstrations in Los Angeles as the response to immigration raids heats up.
Send in federal troops or Marines when there isn't a war atmosphere is just, it's beyond the pale.
Now, hundreds of Marines mobilized and on the way. National Guard troops already on the ground. And California's governor threatened with arrest.
He's destroying one of our great states.
Amidst the chaos in California.
The city of Angels on edge for a fourth straight night as protesters and law enforcement clash once again. Good evening, everyone. Demonstrators gathering in front of a federal detention center with police in riot gear and National Guardsmen at the ready.
All this stems from simmering anger over ICE raids in that city, and night team coverage of the chaos in California begins with Joe Rhodes. Joe?
Craig, Lynn, tonight California's governor is boosting the state response to these protests, adding 800 local officers to the streets. We want to go ahead and give you a live look right now over the Los Angeles area. Crowds have been ebbing and flowing throughout the day. They were hoping to disperse them as night fell, but you can still see the police presence there on the street, as well as some of those protesters out there. The president already has ordered another 2,000 National Guard troops to the LA area. That's on top of 2,000 on the ground and hundreds of Marines on the way. Police responding with a rubber bullet after a projectile is thrown at them. With a fourth day of protests on the streets of Los Angeles.
There is no tolerance for criminal activity under the guise of protest.
Hundreds of protesters facing off against police and members of the California National Guard on the steps of a federal immigration detention center.
We have a simple message for current president of the United States. Stop. Just stop.
New photos of the Pentagon deploying 700 Marines to the LA area. And late Monday, President Trump announcing another 2,000 National Guard members on top of the 2,000 already there.
We don't need the National Guard here. We don't need Marines coming in. What we need is support for people in our communities.
State officials say the president's orders are only increasing tensions. After protests against ICE raids in LA turned violent over the weekend. People clashing with police in the streets, in some cases throwing rocks, using fireworks, and destroying vehicles. Officers responding with tear gas and rubber bullets. Dozens were arrested, and now California officials are suing the Trump administration over its deployment, claiming local police had the situation under control.
The people that are causing the problem are professional agitators, they're insurrectionists, they're bad people, they should be in jail.
California's Attorney General elaborating on the lawsuit and the president's attempt to federalize the state National Guard.
They are trying to exercise authority they do not have. In order for them to call in the National Guard, there needs to be a rebellion. There's not. There needs to be an invasion. There's not.
President Trump stating Monday he would support the arrest of Gavin Newsom after the California governor dared Trump's border czar to cuff him. As ICE maintains the immigration raids were necessary to remove violent criminals.
We were enforcing laws and following up on a serious criminal investigation on cartel financing. So that's exactly what I said. I took a lot of bad people off the street.
Now, as for those 2,000 National Guard troops, the White House says it could take a day or two to get them moving into the area. Governor Gavin Newsom has called the move reckless and, quote, disrespectful to our troops. We're live in the Newsplex. Joe Rhodes, 7 News, Night Team.
All right, now we have a chance to go live to Los Angeles, where Michael Yoshida has been covering the unrest. Michael, what are things looking like at this hour?
Hey, good to be back with you, Lynn. We've been here all day, and now as we enter the evening in Los Angeles, you can see a line of police officers blocking the street here. This all really started to take shape about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. That's when we were over by that detention center, which has been the focus of all of these protests throughout the last few days. And the protests that have been going on there throughout the day, that's when we started to see officers move in, start to make those disbursement orders, telling the group that they needed to clear the area. That's when we started moving further down the street, and they pushed them even further beyond the block right here. Again, we've seen a mix of local LA police. We've seen the sheriff's office, highway patrol, also members of the National Guard, especially around that detention facility. That's where we saw those vehicles set on fire just some 24 hours ago. So again, right now, things relatively calm where we are. But again, they've been pushing hundreds of protesters further down the street from us. And again, as we're into past the 7 o'clock hour, a lot of concern here about how things develop, what happens once the sun sets following a full day of protests here in LA.
Michael Yoshida, thanks for that live report from Los Angeles.
P25, wasn't it written in there that
Moments. I've been thinking about this for the past few days on my staycation. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
So COVID happened, and what happened? The world kind of repaired itself. The waters repaired itself. Animals repaired themselves. You know, some people repaired themselves. And throughout history, we have seen several nations have fall or fell when they had persons to destroy what was built, but they always come back. Maybe this is what was needed. Unfortunately, maybe this is what was needed for change to come. We have been, we counted down last year when women had rights to vote, when minorities had rights to vote, when women would be able to do, you know, we had a long list of all of this. And all of that came from seeing the same things that we see on TV now. We've had people being unalived in order for change to come. We've had people being moved from one place to the next in order for change to come. It's just unfortunate that with all the intelligence that we have as human beings, the only way change can come is by destruction. That's the part that's confusing for me. I yield.
You're right about the last part. Change rarely comes through peace. Why? Why is it that no one listens? Nobody listens until people get out of character. What is it about us as human beings? Even children, let's be honest, even with children. Not until you raise your voice. You said the same thing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. And when you can't take it no more and you raise your voice, that is when you get a reaction out of people. Why are we like this? Why? Things have to get really bad. We step into, we step out of line. We step out of character for people to get our attention. And you'll be civil all along. And the minute you say, okay, you know what, enough. Enough. And then you do something to get their attention. Then they paint you as the bad person. Isn't that what happens? And then and only then they're ready to listen because of fear of something. Look at where we are in California. Look at what's going on. What is going on? I was about to say is not American, but it really is. It's, history.
It's the world.
Yeah.
It has happened in many different places throughout the world.
The abolition of slavery didn't come through quietly, peacefully. There had to be a rebellion. There had to be an uprising. Everything. And this, I just don't get it. There's no level-headed person ever in history. None. That was humane. Nobody cared to listen. No, really, truly. Let's go back. Nobody, nowhere, not one leader we can say, yes, they listened to us.
Even in the Bible, what happened?
Everything by force.
He flooded out the world.
Let my people go. How many times how many plagues did we have? How many times did Moses go to him? Let my people go. And it had to get worse and worse. And according to we in Jamaica, we say wasara. It had to get wasara and wasara before finally people decided to listen. I don't get it. I really don't get it with us. I don't get it.
And the conversation we had yesterday about the Tyler Perry movie, it was basically the same way. The empathy didn't start until people listened, really listened.
Go, Ozzy, I thought I accepted. What's going on? I was sure I accepted. Yeah,
Hello?
Ozzy. Yeah, you can go right ahead, Ozzy.
Yeah, you are completely right. Like when you really look at a map of the US and you see all the states and all the shapes, pretty much 90% of the reason states have their shapes is because of war. Put that into context. We have 50 states. Yeah. You know, unfortunately, even with the George Floyd protests, right? Many people didn't care, and these companies didn't care until they felt like, oh, okay, we see where this is going. We need to stand with them. It's unfortunately, that's how it goes. People don't listen until they feel like, all right, so there's a possibility. I might have something to lose in this, or I may be harmed in this, or I might be a bystander. So, yeah, we need to change this. Like, slavery didn't just end because, you know what, this is wrong.
Conscience didn't come into the conversation.
Yeah, it's like, you know what, we kind of have to start treating these people a different way because it's costing us money and lives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm just tired. I'm just tired. I'm just tired. You know, that thing that you just said in the chat jar with people that we can't find. How much energy is put into that to finding people? I have a whole, it's a based on what I see unfolding right now, current day, and the amount of energy that is being expelled in this current situation versus that. I have a whole theory in my head, but I won't say it. Go right ahead, Ja.
The reason why I put that there is this, even the Amber Alerts system didn't start until that one parent who unfortunately, you know, it happened. It had to come from tragedy. That is basically how this universe has progressed. And for those that don't believe in the Bible, whatever your religion reflects back in, just go back in that history of that religion. How did change start? Where did change come about?
Always through violence, man. I'm sick of it. I really am. We do, and then we want to turn around and call ourselves civil. How is our behavior civil like? How? When the only thing we respond to is violence.
I don't subscribe to that term because they use it to demean different groups.
Well, I didn't apply to any one particular group, but
No. I'm not you, but I mean, mostly the powers that be. It's a way of saying, yeah, but these people don't have so.
Mm-hmm.
But in actuality, most of the people they're talking about usually have some system or some understanding amongst their community of how they should operate that works with them. And because it doesn't look the same way, then that term is usually weaponized. But yeah.
And we can't even say if we do something peacefully, like what started in LA, that it wouldn't birth into where we're at now.
You know what? And I don't know how everybody feel, but I wholeheartedly believe, and I've seen it, that they send people out there as chaos agents to these peaceful rallies, and then all of a sudden you see people with masks. I'm sorry, allegedly, you see people with masks on doing a whole bunch of nonsense in one area that's not associated with a group. And then boom, they use that to justify some type of action that they already wanted to happen.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Allegedly.
Yeah. So, according to the Associated Press and WSVN, some visitors report extra scrutiny at U.S. airports as Trump's new travel ban begins. Let's take a listen.
President Donald Trump's travel ban is in effect for a dozen countries and imposes restrictions on several others.
And here at home, some are feeling the impact. So Danielle Garcia is live at Miami International Airport with reaction. Danielle.
Ethan, Lorena, well, we spoke with people from Cuba and Haiti, two of the countries that are affected by this travel ban, who said things are running pretty smoothly here at Miami International Airport, but they are worried now that their family, their loved ones, won't be able to come here with their visas. Quiet at Miami International Airport, but turbulence across the country. From New York City to California, thousands of people turned out to protest President Donald Trump's travel ban, now in effect. Critics calling it discriminatory and unjust.
This ban is a Black and Muslim ban. Of the 12 countries banned, 8 of those countries are Black countries, with the majority being both Black and majority Muslim countries.
The ban bars people from 12 countries, mostly in Africa and the Middle East, from entering the United States. Visitors from 7 more countries, including Cuba and Venezuela, face significant visa restrictions.
Sí, le tengo puesta la reclamación.
Alexis Geraldo, a U.S. resident from Cuba, landed in Miami and told 7 News his wife and baby were supposed to accompany him, but now that's no longer possible. He, like many others, now wondering what comes next. People in Haiti facing a full ban on visas.
A lot of my friends, Haitian-borns, aren't able to travel or to go to college, for instance. Like, they already applied, got accepted, but they can't go, and I think that's tough on them.
The Trump administration citing national security as its justification.
President Trump has taken every step possible to protect this nation from a terrorist attack. This is simply making these countries step up and doing the right thing. When you send someone and give someone a visa come and they enter the United States, we want proper vetting done before they come here. That's what this is about.
Trump's ban taking effect as ICE agents ramp up their efforts to locate and deport immigrants in the U.S. illegally. In California, traditionally Democratic strongholds, protesters continue to clash with agents. And while the administration sent in the National Guard and members of the U.S. Marines, travelers are reporting more officers at airports too, some unsettled by the shift.
Like Donald Trump, I think so he's doing wrong because you know fix the problem, just isolate the people.
So travelers from Haiti, Venezuela, Cuba will be able to keep their current visas, but it's up to the Department of Homeland Security to decide whether they want to let them in through these ports of entries. Reporting live at Miami International Airport, I'm Danielle Garcia, today in Florida.
So I said don't travel. If you have your visa, don't travel. Sit it out. Because you will buy your ticket, you get here, and they say, no, you can't come in. You got to go back. You just wasted money purchasing a ticket. It's the only advice I can give right now. May not be what anybody wants to hear. If you have a visitor's visa, sit down. Yes, a tea attack.
They forget about their own homegrown ones.
We never talk about what happens at home. We keep whatever happens at home in the closet. Come on, Jack. Never. You know better, Jack. You know better. You know better. Business and Tech News brought to you by Grand Coffee House. From our farms to your cups, enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Use the code COFFEE20 at checkout when you shop today at grandcoffeehouse.com. First up, Apple unveils software redesign while reeling from AI missteps, tech upheaval, and Trump's trade war. Let's take a listen.
Artificial intelligence, the tech.
That's something I don't like to.
Topping the Biz Buzz this morning, Apple is getting ready to showcase some new tech this week.
That's right. The company's annual developers conference is this afternoon. It's reported Apple will release new artificial intelligence. The tech giant could also release a new operating system and, of course, a new iPhone.
Listen, Apple, me not get no more new phone in us, so try on our best. Make sure something not slow down my device. That's all I'm saying to you.
Today is one of the biggest days of the year for Apple followers. Its annual developer conference kicks off. Now, in previous years, the company has used the event to introduce new stuff, things like operating systems, microchips, and even its virtual reality goggles. And this year, people are watching to see if Apple can follow up on some ambitious promises it made last year on artificial intelligence. Now, just a note, Apple is a financial supporter of NPR. NPR's John Ruich is here to tell us more about all this. John, so what exactly is this event?
This is the once-a-year WWDC, or Worldwide Developer Conference. It's an event aimed at software developers, mostly the people who make apps for Apple or partner with the company. It's also a forum, like you said, where they introduce new products. Most, though, are going to be on the software side.
Okay, so last year, the big announcement had to do with artificial intelligence. What did Apple say it was working on?
Well, Apple jumped on the AI bandwagon in a big way with a product that it calls Apple Intelligence. It was supposed to do a bunch of things. One of the big things people were watching out for was that it was supposed to make the virtual assistant Siri a lot more interactive and useful and just generally smart.
Let me pause right there. Remember when I told y'all how Siri has an attitude with me? Remember I told you that? Someday, Marlon doesn't even say, hey, Siri. He says, all he does is says, what is the score with some game? You know what Siri does for Marlon? Hi there. And proceeds to give him the scores. So me say, what the backside this? No, man. The girl here, she ran for the wrong person. So me proceed. Yeah. Look, my man. Siri, I try to tap my man. So me said to Siri, I'm like, hey Siri, you know what Siri said? Uh-huh. And I'm not lying. The dirty girl Siri said, uh-huh. She said to my husband, hi there. But she said to me, uh-huh. The girl not tired. The girl Siri not out either. I'm going to tell him about it. I'm going to prove it to him. Siri. Siri, I take my man. Siri, remember make you know this. I mean, I pay the phone bill now. I mean, I sit down and pay the phone bill for you to take my man. Make that make sense. So since you want the man Siri, public service announcement, come into the house. Cook, wash, clean, do the laundry, come scratch him back when him back one scratch. Yeah, and I can give you a longer list of things to do. Yeah, it's the ones always closest to you. What Juanita said, it's learned behavior. I've been training her. But you say, hi there, right? He didn't even say, hi, Siri, good morning, Siri, good afternoon. He no greet her no way. Him just says, Siri, what's the score? And the dirty girl say, hi there, and give him the score. Me no say, hi, Siri. Uh-huh. Aren't you?
I'm happy you brought it up because I heard one of the gay influencers talking the other day, and he did say, hey Siri, and all I heard in the background was, I'm like, what the hell was that? He did it about 3 more times and it was the same thing. I'm like, no man, who am I call Siri? I don't know who is Siri. The only Siri I know is this thing, is this AI thing. So it has evolved to Jamaican slang. No, I'm interested in getting Siri. I was scared of it before because I don't know what they're listening to. So I'm going to try it for a month or something and see what happens.
She don't know about me. No, she don't know about me. She don't know me. Me with Danar. Me with Danar. She out harder. She out of order. Little girl don't know her place. Hi there. Siri, I'm Jamaican. Me a mad gal. Okay? Mad gal. Don't test me. But just said, my Siri don't talk to me anymore since I changed the voice to a man.
I changed all my electronics to men. Siri don't talk to me anymore. When I say Siri what time it is, it just flashes it up on the screen. It won't talk back to me.
That's all I said.
Google is still good. I changed Google to a man and still, treats me respectfully, but not Siri.
I'm gonna get out of shout out bad. Yeah. I'm glad he was able to witness it for himself. And I'm glad he did what he did. Did that girl say hi there? All right. Russell said, I'm just listening. Are you mad at Siri? Yes, I'm mad at Siri. Siri draw me out.
Did he try it on your phone or his phone?
His phone. He did it on his phone.
Let him try it on your phone.
No, I'm not wanting next to the girl. Why am I gonna bring Siri to my phone? Why am I gonna bring her to my phone? Make him use Siri on my phone. Then I'm gonna probably shouldn't hear what my office said.
I just want to see if it adjusts. That's all. I just want to see if it adjusts.
See, as it said, my Alexa don't listen and she always has an attitude. Your Alexa must be Jamaican. Or from the Caribbean. No, but yeah.
Ozzy, it's because you tried to teach her Spanish.
Have the girl confused. No, but seriously, it happened. So I'm glad this article came up to remind me. Never want to continue, but let's continue.
Generally smarter about your individual context. So for instance, it could access your emails and pictures and text messages, help you find things in them and help you do things with that info.
All right, so how did that pan out?
Well, the company a few months ago said that it has made improvements to Siri, but a lot of those AI-enabled features that they talked about aren't quite here yet and are going to take longer than expected to deliver. Patrick McGee is a reporter with the Financial Times who just published a book about Apple. He says this is a big problem for Apple, especially at a time when AI is taking the tech industry by storm.
It's hard to be too hyperbolic about the significance of what AI will be in the next few years. And I'm not even sure Apple's in the top 5. Maybe they're in the top 10. I mean, for the world's most valuable company, basically since 2011, they're doing a remarkably poor job in keeping up, let alone leading.
Wow, that was a bit of a surprise there. So beyond artificial intelligence, where else is Apple maybe facing some pressure?
Well, they're facing pressure on a lot of fronts. Tariffs is a big one. There are, of course, tariffs on countries where Apple manufactures, like China. But also, President Trump has singled the company out. He's explicitly said he told Apple CEO Tim Cook that he expects iPhones to be made here in America, or else he'll impose a tariff of 25% on them. Apple's run into regulatory hurdles, both in the US and Europe, mostly around its App Store. So it faces challenges, a lot of challenges at once on different fronts. In terms of getting AI right, Apple did take a credibility hit, and it needs to be seen to be less flat-footed on AI. But Carolina Milanesi, who's a tech analyst at a firm called Creative Strategies, says Apple is not out of the game by a long shot.
The AI race, as much as we like to talk about it as a race, is a marathon, and is a marathon that changes pace very quickly, pretty much on a monthly basis.
She says Apple's had great success with products that the company wasn't necessarily the first to bring to market. It came later, but it had a better product, and it's got a really loyal customer base on top of that. At the event, we may hear more about Apple's plans with AI. Apple watchers are also expecting the next version of Apple's operating system to drop with a fresh design. And there are reports about possible upgrades to AirPod earbuds being announced. Apple has declined to comment on what to expect today, more on the criticism, so we're going to have to wait and see.
All right, that's NPR's John Ruwitch. John, thanks.
You're welcome.
Moments, or anyone, when y'all get a chance, if y'all haven't already, watch those 2 movies. One is called Her, H-E-R, and the other one is called Jexy.
Even more, Jack. I wonder, you're right, niece. I would never ask her for directions. Because she go carry me round our path, round our path, round our path. I don't know if I want to talk to her anymore right now. She needs to chill out. I don't know what her issue is. I don't know.
She coming to you as AI.
You should ask her.
Coming to you as a woman, she coming to you as AI.
But hold on there. As you hear what John want me to ask her what her issues with him. Then me for really got engaged in a one conversation.
You cussing her out on air, so you might as well ask her the question. What's your problem with me? Why you disrespecting me so?
You might as well engage. You're calling her gal and all kind of things. So you might as well engage in a conversation with her.
I didn't call her gal. I said gal. You have to stress it,
Russell. Sorry, I'm at work. I have to pronounce it properly.
I didn't say gal.
Yes, if I have my work voice.
I said gal, the dirty gal theory. Yeah, right.
The dirty gal.
Go down in your 2 pint and call her out.
Well, you might as well, when you come off today, just sit down in front of her and just ask. You don't have a conversation. You never know.
Hey, gal.
Maybe not so harsh. Just hello, Siri. I don't know how y'all talk to them. I don't talk to them. So maybe leave out the dirty gal part. Maybe leave out the dirty gal.
She might tell me a couple words.
She may tell you to ask.
Funny.
You know what?
And make Marlon or one of your sons videotape it while you're doing it.
Can you imagine me take out my earrings and I go for my Vaseline to grease up myself?
We need receipts. She
draw me out and I go say, hold on there. I'm not even make it to the bathroom. Just go to the kitchen for some oil. I'm a rub down and take out the earring. I say, all right, come now, come talk to me. Oh my gosh. That bad things make joke. In Health and Science News, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Shop at lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. Wow. RFK Jr. Boots all members of the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee. Article courtesy of NPR. My husband laughed to blows and
HHS
skirt.
Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is removing all 17 members of a key vaccine committee that advises the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Kennedy made the announcement Monday afternoon, and it's alarmed many in the medical and public health establishment.
NPR Health correspondent Will Stone is with us now to tell us more about this. Good morning, Will.
Good morning.
First, would you just tell us what the committee does or what it's supposed to do and why it's important?
Yeah, this group of outside experts has a big hand in vaccine policy. It's called the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, ACIP for short. They review evidence, make recommendations to the CDC on the vaccine schedule for children and adults. This also helps determine which vaccines get covered by health insurance. The members tend to be experts in vaccines, immunology, pediatrics, and the committee has been around since the 60s, actually, but they got a lot of visibility during the early days of the COVID pandemic. As Secretary of Health, Kennedy does have the authority to replace anyone on the committee because his department oversees the CDC, and that's what he decided to do yesterday when he got rid of everyone.
What was his rationale? Did he explain why?
Yes, Kennedy was very clear in a press release. He said, quote, "A clean sweep is necessary to reestablish public confidence in vaccine science," end quote. It's worth noting that Kennedy himself spent years undermining confidence in vaccines. He also claimed the committee was rubber stamping recommendations and had conflicts of interest. Kennedy has made these allegations of conflicts of interest before. My NPR colleague, Ping Huang, looked into this and found that a government report Kennedy brings up doesn't back up his claim. There are ethics rules. Members have to disclose if they have any conflict before they take a vote and recuse themselves if they do. The possibility that Kennedy would replace everyone on the committee with his choices is what some politicians and public health experts worried about when he was originally nominated.
And now that he's gone ahead and done it, what's been the reaction?
Well, very quickly, prominent groups like the American Medical Association, the Infectious Diseases Society of America, denounced the move, as did some past directors of the CDC. They warned it's reckless, short-sighted, could undermine confidence in vaccine recommendations and efforts to get more kids vaccinated, especially during a measles outbreak. I spoke with Dr. Jonathan Tempte, who's at the University of Wisconsin. He's no longer on ACIP, but he served as chair of the committee from 2012 to 2015.
ACIP has been, across the entire world, the paragon of good, solid, well thought out, evidence-based vaccine policy. I hate to say this, we are heading in the direction of U.S. vaccine policy becoming the laughingstock of the globe.
And I wrote to another former ACIP chair, Grace Lee, who's at Stanford. To get her reaction, I got a one-word reply from her: speechless.
So what's next?
Kennedy has said there are new members under consideration. We don't know who those people will be. Will they have the vaccine-related expertise that you typically expect committee members to have? Kennedy did make the point that the entire committee he's replacing was appointed by Biden, many of them just last year. We do know the next official meeting will be later this month at CDC headquarters in Atlanta.
That is NPR Health correspondent Will Stone. Will, thank you.
Thank you.
And that is supposed to be the 25th of
Live from NPR.
The 25th of June is when they have the next meeting down there in Atlanta. We have another story here. NIH scientists call for, well, they call on the director to protect biomedical research. Where is it? Here we go. NPR has this story as well. Let's take a listen.
Frustration and despair that have been simmering at the National Institutes of Health burst into public view today. Hundreds of federal scientists issued a document criticizing research cuts and restrictions at the Federal Health Agency. NPR Health correspondent Rob Stein has more.
More than 300 scientists from every center and institute on the NIH's sprawling campus just outside Washington, D.C. in Bethesda, Maryland, signed the document called the Bethesda Declaration. The declaration decries big cuts in funding and other changes at the agency, and it calls on President Trump's NIH director, Jay Bhattacharya, to protect the NIH.
It's a horror show. We're under attack in every way, all the time. We're told we're worthless. We're told we're cheats.
Sarah Coburn has worked at the NIH's National Cancer Institute for more than 21 years. She's one of 92 NIH staffers who agreed to sign their name to the document publicly.
This is probably the most stressful period of my life. It's 1,000 cuts. They're breaking things that won't be repairable.
And Coburn and others say putting the health of the American people and the nation's stature as a global leader in biomedical research in jeopardy. Ian Morgan studies antibiotic resistance as a postdoctoral fellow at the NIH.
This is an extinction level event for biomedical research and global public health. And it's just wrong not to say something and not to try to right this ship.
The name of the document refers to the Great Barrington Declaration, a controversial open letter Bhattacharya helped write early on in the COVID pandemic. It questioned lockdowns and other public health measures. At the time, Bhattacharya and his co-authors were dismissed by some NIH leaders as fringe scientists, but now he's running the agency. And the declaration says the administration has politicized research under Bhattacharya by halting a range of studies, including health disparities, COVID-19, immunization hesitancy, and the health impacts of climate change. The administration has also fired hundreds of scientists and other essential workers and terminated thousands of research grants and contracts worth billions, hobbling studies at the NIH and universities around the nation. The declaration calls for restoring funding and reversing destructive policies. Jeremy Berg ran one of the NIH's institutes from 2003 to 2011.
I think they're very brave to stand up for themselves and for many, many, many of their colleagues at NIH and for the entire scientific community and indeed the entire country.
In a written response, Bhattacharya, the NIH director, said the Bethesda Declaration has, quote, some fundamental misconceptions about the policy directions the NIH has taken in recent months, but adds, quote, respectful dissent in science is productive. We all want the NIH to succeed. Rob Stein, NPR News.
What do I say? What do we say? What? No, seriously, what do we say? There's nothing to say, absolutely. It's like saying to a pilot, hey, listen, when you take off and the wheels go under the belly of the plane, they're not going to come back out, right? Not going to come out when it's time for it to land because there is something that isn't working right. But go on, you can go now. Go on, don't worry about it. Go on. Crash landing. Crash landing. That's where we are. Crash landing, folks. I don't know if anybody cares anymore. Oh no. Oh wow. Oh no. Okay. All right. I don't know what's gonna happen with us. We need scientists, people. We need those who are invested wholeheartedly in research. Those who care about public health. Those who want to advance medicine. Those who want to change lives for the better. It is through research that we are able to make advances, that we're able to give people opportunities. We're able to have lives saved through research. People are able to study. Without research, there is no advancing of the human race. It is through research. It's because of research some of us are alive. Medicine. It's because of research that many of us have our loved ones. I have a cousin just last week or this week. She has put it up on her Instagram. She's been going through battling. She needs a kidney. She just started dialysis. Research allowed for the development of dialysis. You know, we take a lot of things for granted and then we just want to dispose of them because we don't even take the time to do the research to understand their function.
Why do you feel why do we need research when they feel that they are superior? Anything that does not resemble them is inferior. So you don't need research.
Okay. If you say so. It's because of research. Many of us have not. Many of us are still alive today, you know, through research and development of vaccines and
It's because of research he was able to survive his worm attack. I don't know the correct name of the organism that got up into the brain. There is a name for it. Dr. Sharon may be able to tell us, but it was through research he was able to survive that.
all right. Oh, geez, I would love to hear the honest opinion of leaders from around the world, how they feel right now about us. Many countries looked to us for answers because of the amount of research, the amount of funding that goes into research, and research is ongoing. Research is more on the proactive side. Yes, there are times when it's reactive because, oh, look at you, have fun. You know, when folks aren't able, they're not familiar with something comes out of the left field, right? And that is when they get busy trying to understand what it is that they're faced with. However, it then shifts from being reactive to proactive because now you have something. I like how you're staying on the outside and talking about us here on the inside, Dr. Davis. Keep it up. You having a ball. Yeah, I'm glad that you're able to escape reality for a moment. Research, folks. What is the issue with people with bright minds? Let me ask that question. What is our issue with bright minds? What do we have against bright minds, qualified minds? What's our issue? Why do we prefer people who are not qualified, who lack the knowledge, lack the intellect, lack the wherewithal? What is our jealousy? What is our fascination? There has to be something.
people with intellect, opens up the minds of people, opens up the minds of ideas. If I tell you that the sky is blue and there's nobody else that can give me any receipts or break down why it's blue, I will stay ignorant that the sky is blue. When you have someone smarter than the one that is controlling the narrative, that's when they feel that you will have chaos. That's why they didn't want us to learn how to read. Right?
You're right. You're right. Jealousy. You can't control them. They need to be controlled. They need followers, not free thinkers. Herd mentality, so to speak, right? Round them up. And it's not as though you're controlling in the positive. You know what I mean? If I say I care about my people, I have the land of utopia, and I say I care about my people, I want to do right by my people. I want to make sure that I have the best and the brightest minds, the qualified folks who will turn around and take care of my people. I don't know where we're headed as a nation, but in other news, researchers are developing at-home uterine cancer test as death rates rise in the U.S. You see, research is important to know to save lives. And those of us who are opposing what's going on, that research that we're cutting funding for, the life we may need to save may be our own or that of a loved one. But we don't think, right? Yeah, we don't think. It's not affecting you now, as we're seeing with immigration. It's not affecting you now, so you don't care. Not until it's at your doorstep. Not until you get that call. Not until then you will care. It's a shame. That's how we operate in life.
Also on 7, researchers are working toward an at-home test to detect uterine cancer, and how they plan on diagnosing the danger is similar to something that you might find in your purse. It's one of the few cancers with a rising death rate in the United States. This year alone, an estimated 69,000 new cases of cancers of the uterus will be diagnosed, and more than 13,000 women are expected to die from the diseases.
With early stage diagnosis, we're able to have better outcomes.
Dr. Christina Butler with the Mayo Clinic says currently there are no screening tests for uterine cancer in women who do not have any signs or symptoms. That's why she says knowing the warning signs is important. Those include abnormal vaginal discharge or bleeding, bleeding after menopause or between menstrual cycles, pain or pressure in the pelvis.
Vaginal secretions, whether a woman is bleeding or not, contain valuable DNA particles that allow us to detect cancer or precancer in women.
Mayo Clinic researchers are currently studying a way to detect cancers of the uterus at home using a medical tampon, which a woman briefly inserts and then mails off for analysis. Butler says this potential screening test could be less invasive than those used if uterine cancer symptoms are present, which include a biopsy of the uterus or pelvic exam.
I would say we're very close to having this available for women, I would say within the next 5 years.
The doctor also says they've made advancements in genetic testing. If the cancer-causing gene is detected early, the patient will be able to plan ahead with her doctor or even choose a risk-reducing procedure.
Wow. Research, folks, the importance of research. It's needed to save lives. Early detection is key with everything. So whatever can be beneficial, we need the funding. We need it. But I mean, folks didn't even care to do their research. They heard about transgenic mice and went crazy, lost it because they thought the mice were a part of the LGBTQ plus community, or the mice were being turned into. Oh, shit. So why am I surprised that they would want to cut funding for research and get rid of people when it comes to vaccines at the CDC? So me tired. Who is coming to save us? We need somebody to save us because we need somebody to speak common sense.
No, they don't want common sense. They don't care about common sense. They don't.
Dr. Shan.
Can you delete and block Dr. Keisha, please?
Yeah, because I feel
She's
sorry for you.
inappropriate.
Yeah,
She is inappropriate.
Yeah.
Please. We don't need to hear from anybody who's on the beach in Aruba right now.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah. Somebody block her, please. Somebody. Showing off. That's how it is
Yeah.
going, Dr. Shah. That's how some people steal. Think they're better than us because they're not here with us. Yeah, it's okay.
So listen, there's no one to save us, right? Because all the other countries are running away from us. They want nothing to do with us. That's they don't want anything to do with us. They'll take our scientists because we had top-notch scientists. So other countries taking our scientists, England, the UK, or other countries in Europe, Canada. So they'll get all our trained, experienced scientists, and we're just going to be left. We're going to be decades behind. I don't even know if we're going to be able to recoup some of the things that they dismantled, the things that we worked so hard to make advances in. Look at how far research in science and medicine have come from like the 1800s to today. And they're just going to dismantle that and put us back half a century. It is completely frightening. It's truly frightening.
Folks, we hope that common sense will prevail. It has to. It has to. There's only one way now, and it's up. Yeah, you're right, Dr. Keisha. What's happening in California is frightening, and it can happen anywhere. All right, folks. I think that's our final story for today. Yeah, that is our final story for today. I want to say thank you to everyone on YouTube. Thank you for coming to YouTube Live, the Coffee and Toe World News on the Go. Here we'll be back tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's what? What is tomorrow? Wednesday? Yeah, we'll be back with you tomorrow morning, YouTube at 9:30 a.m. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Take care. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food, Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.